I think Elon came in and in 100 days did some very important work.
Doge touts savings at $175 billion. Musk's initial goal was $1 trillion or more. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is in Singapore.
This is the continuation of a very important long-standing relationship, a bond that has been strengthened over time, and we want to continue to renew.
Hegseth there was a security forum with other defense officials, diplomats, world leaders talking about China's aggressiveness and Russia's war in Ukraine. America's listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Janice Dean, Fox News senior meteorologist and host of the Janice Dean podcast. Join me every Sunday as I focus on stories of hope and people who are truly rays of sunshine in their community and across the world. Be sure to subscribe to the Janice Dean podcast at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you listen to your podcasts. And don't forget to spread the sunshine.
America's listening to Fox News. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
This is Jason Chaffetz from the Jason in the House podcast. Join me every Monday to dive deeper into the latest political headlines and chat with remarkable guests to hear their take on American life, politics, and entertainment. And don't forget, there's always somebody doing something stupid somewhere.
Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcast.com
or wherever you download podcasts.
Must listen to podcasts from Fox News Audio.
Well, Defense Secretary Hegseth is in Singapore, focused on security related to China and Russia. We turn to another region, hearing from the commander of U.S. Africa Command, General Michael Langley.
General Langley spoke specifically of Africa's Sahel region, home to countries such as Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger.
It is the epicenter of terrorism on the globe. Terrorist networks affiliated with ISIS and Al-Qaeda are thriving there.
The general adding,
therein lies the threat to the homeland.
He says the key is helping Africa stand on its own.
We should be able to help African nations build the self-reliance they need to independently confront terrorism and insurgencies.
General Langley says those types of alliances represent peace through strength. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
On Wall Street, stock futures are down modestly after yesterday's gains that lifted the Dow 117 points. And before the last trading day of May, that's been positive for the Dow and the NASDAQ, which is up about 10% this month. In the NBA playoffs, the New York Knicks stay alive.
Under 3 to play in the third. Brunson with a 3. And the foul.
Jalen Brunson scored 32 points, leading the Knicks past the Pacers 111-94 on TNT. But Indiana still leads the Eastern Conference Finals 3-2. They'll play again tomorrow night. On the ice, a Stanley Cup final rematch is set.
Edmonton beat the Dallas Stars 6-3 Thursday night in Game 5 of the Western Conference Final, getting a breakaway goal and an assist from star Connor McDavid. Now, the Oilers are looking for payback. Edmonton lost in a thrilling 7-game Cup final last year, as the Florida Panthers became champions for the first time in franchise history. The Oilers fell into an 0-3 hole in the series before storming back to force a winner-take-all Game 7. Edmonton will be looking to snap Canada's Stanley Cup drought, which dates back to 1993.
That's Joe Morgan. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Want to see if you could pay less in taxes? Try the quick and easy tax calculator at willsave.com. Yes, a free tax calculator. That's WILSAVE.com. Calculate how you could keep more of your hard-earned money and give less to Uncle Sam, especially in retirement. Get your free tax analysis today at willsave.com. And don't forget to tune in to Protecting Your Assets with Steve Shyman every Saturday morning at 8, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
it's Dr. David Kolbaba.
Hey, let me tell you about our age analysis assessment. It takes just a few seconds to scan for those advanced glycated end products that cause premature aging. And then we'll briefly go over your results and give you a few things for you to do to improve. And then we'll retest you in about 60 days. And you'll pay our special low price for your first assessment, and I'll pay for your second one. That's right, your follow-up age analysis assessment is on me. And we're going to compare your biologic age with your chronologic age, and then we're going to help you determine if your biologic age is on par with your chronologic age. But you got to make that call today, not tomorrow, but today. It's our HealthQuest radio hotline, 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855. Second assessment free if you make that call right now. 800-794-1855. It's HealthQuest Radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, Saturday mornings at 11.
We always use M13. They can print anything.
They design and price match. M13 does amazing work.
M13 Graphics has helped make our brand stand out. They're definitely the best for less.
Before M13, amateur. With M13, we look awesome.
M13 Graphics, Chicago's leader in full-color design and printing. Set your business up for success with exceptional print products. Turned around in just 24 to 48 hours. Business cards, postcards, posters, banners, brochures, apparel, you name it. M13 will design and print nearly anything for your business. They have the right people in place and a reputation that keeps customers happy and coming back for more. They're a Chicago company that embodies the idea of business integrity. They live it every day. After all, in this country, you're free to do business with who you choose. Respect that freedom. Choose the best. For speedy turnaround, excellent service, and the best pricing in Chicagoland, choose M13 Graphics for all your design and printing. Online at M13.com. Visit M13.com or call now, toll free, 877-M13-1913. That's 877-M13-1913.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
It's almost time for AM 560's annual golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. And once again, AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation as they support America's first responder and military heroes, including homeless veterans, and to help America never forget 9/11. It's all happening on Wednesday, June 18th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. Enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf.
It's May 30th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Creativity Day. Founded in 2018, the day is meant to encourage everyone to celebrate the creative spirit and let their imaginations run wild. So whether your outlet is painting, music, filmmaking, even knitting, show the world your hidden talent. Also on this date in 1896, the first auto accident took place in New York City. Driver Henry Wells was taking part in a horseless wagon race when he lost control of his vehicle and crashed into cyclist Evelyn Thomas. Wells was arrested for the accident while Thomas suffered a broken leg. And in 2020,
ignition, liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX.
the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launched from Cape Canaveral, carrying the Dragon capsule to the International Space Station, marking the first time a private company launched astronauts into space. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Spring is here. It's time to get outside and enjoy the beautiful weather in a brand new scooter from Mars Medical in New Lenox. Come see and test drive their full collection of new and used power mobility devices for sale. Mars Medical carries full and travel size scooters from Pride Mobility and Golden Technologies. Inventory is moving out daily, so don't hesitate to pick out your new scooter today. And don't forget, Mars Medical also has lightweight and compact transport wheelchairs available for sale or rental use for those day trips to the zoo or to the park. Some units weigh as little as 19 pounds. Or improve your outdoor activities this spring with a Rollator walker. Mars Medical has over 7 models of Rollator walkers on the floor for purchase. Make this spring one to remember on the north side of Route 30 between Cedar and Vine Road in New Lenox, or go to marsmedicalsupply.com. Mars Medical, customer care that is out of this world.
Your business is under attack 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a fact. Small businesses are the low-hanging fruit. You may think you're protected, but you're vulnerable in many ways, and cyber attackers actively prey on small businesses. But Turnkey can protect you. Turnkey is the key to cyber protection. Turnkey has a quick and efficient 12-point evaluation to determine if your business, your profits, are at risk. And right now, for a limited time, Turnkey is offering the first month of service to all new customers free. Peace of mind, free. It includes all Microsoft licensing, antivirus, anti-malware, and completed data backup both on-site and off-site, plus help desk support. Don't leave you, your employees, and your customers vulnerable. Talk to Turnkey. Visit turnkey.pro. 3 decades of experience. That's turnkey.pro. Turnkey, the champion of small business. Spring, a time to get outside, be active, play with the grandkids, enjoy life. But if high blood pressure is holding you back, the sooner you get control of it, the sooner you'll stop being a walking time bomb. High blood pressure is a serious issue. Your blood vessels are constricted, your mortality risk is high. So what can you do besides take medications with side effects? Well, there's a delicious juice that can help bring your numbers back down. It's called 120 Life, and it has natural ingredients that have shown to lower blood pressure. Yes, a superfood juice is showing amazing results for high blood pressure without the side effects of big pharma medication. Try 120 Life risk-free now with a 2-week trial pack. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied. Order now. That's 120life.com. Use coupon code 560 at checkout for 15% off.
Can you afford not to have effective video surveillance? Is your outdoor inventory at risk? Theft and vandalism can hit your bottom line hard. Stop these events before they happen. Monitor your business 24/7 with alarm detection systems. We prevent crime with live operators watching video alerts, ensuring your assets and employees are secure. It's not worth the liability when you can effectively protect what matters most. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143. Spending too much on security guards to patrol your property? With rising crime rates, guards may not be enough. And the cost, it's adding up fast. At Alarm Detection Systems, we offer a more innovative solution. Live video monitoring. Cameras provide extra coverage in even the hardest to reach areas. Unlike guards, they never get intimidated. Our operators watch video alerts in real time, cut costs, increase coverage, and stay secure. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143.
Are you looking for a peaceful and enduring resting place for yourself or a loved one? Discover Fairview Memorial Park in North Lake, Illinois, a tranquil haven where your family's legacy can be honored for generations. We're excited to announce the upcoming completion of our beautiful new garden mausoleum opening this spring, offering both above-ground burial and cremation options. This serene space is surrounded by meticulously maintained landscaping and beautiful trees. With limited space available in our mausoleum, now's the time to plan ahead. Reserve your family's place today with prices starting around $7,000. And for a limited time, take advantage of a $500 discount when you pre-purchase a crypt. To learn more or secure your spot, visit fairview-memorialpark.com. That's fairview-memorialpark.com. Or stop by Fairview Memorial Park at 900 North Wolf Road in North Lake. Fairview Memorial Park. Peacefully beautiful.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
The summer heat in Chicagoland is no joke. And if your old air conditioner is making funny noises, you may already know it's time for a new unit.
Look, your air conditioner, it's a disaster. People are telling me it's the worst ever.
Don't sweat it, literally. When it comes to cooling your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Rebates are still available, financing is flexible, and at Air Right installations are smooth and professional with no surprises.
It's beautiful. Some people say it's the coolest air anyone's ever felt. I don't know. That's just what they're saying. It's doing an incredible job. Really tremendous.
Plus, tell them AM 560 sent you and Air Right will give you $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
It's important to have a heating and cooling company you know you can depend on. That company is the original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling. They aren't one of those massive companies with newer techs and subcontractors. Oh no, Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling send only their own highly skilled techs. From service to installation and everything in between, the work quality and customer service is the best. For 40 years, the original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling has kept homeowners and business customers comfy and warm in the winter and nice and cool in the warmer months. Don't call the big guys, call the best. Call Carrie at 847-545-1700 or visit arlingtonheightsheatingandcooling.net. That's Carrie at 847-545-1700 or online at arlingtonheightsheatingandcooling.net. The original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling, not the biggest, just the best.
Come on with this, people. Move it!
Did you really think you could make that company deliver yourself?
Oh, I cannot handle any more traffic.
You could be getting much more done at your place of business.
I've wasted 45 minutes and now this place is gonna close.
Time is money. Let Quick Delivery Service take on the traffic hassle for you. They'll deliver almost anything, from large pallets of materials to important documents, or both. No forms, no labels, no scanning. Just tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going, they'll pick it up, and get it to your destination quickly. Your cargo delivery is tracked in real time with GPS. Notifications are delivered right to your inbox. Visit QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. Or you can deliver like this.
Seriously, another train?
Or get your delivery there on time with QuickDelivery.com. Or call 847-534-2244. 847-534-2244.
Are you tired of exposing your retirement to stock market risk? How would you like the potential to participate in credited interest from market index returns and limit the downside? Join Mark Kohler for the Retirement and Income Radio Show, Sunday afternoons at 3. You can also call Mark now for your complimentary customized Retirement and Income Kit and Retirement and Income Book at 844-619-SAFE. Get the information you need now. That's 844-619-7233.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Partly sunny, breezy this afternoon. Thunderstorm in the area. Could see some damaging wind. The high today 80. Evening thunderstorm tonight. Otherwise partly cloudy, low 51. Sunny, not as warm tomorrow. Pleasant day. Some wildfire smoke causing some haze. The high at 68. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy. So yesterday, Molly Hemingway was in the special new media jump seat for the presser with, of course, White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt.
I like that, the jumper seat on an airplane. It's perfect.
Jump seat,
excuse me.
And the issue, of course, was all of these injunctions that have been imposed on Trump policies. And I thought Caroline Levitt gave us sort of a nice summary of what top domestic policy advisor Stephen Miller calls the judicial tyranny that under which Trump and by extension the country is living. Although I'm not sure it's tyrannical, but it is problematic. Here's just a laundry list of what we've experienced over the last 5 months.
A court ordered the Trump administration to return already deported terrorist aliens back to the United States. A court has ruled the Trump administration can't even temporarily pause our refugee programs. Courts prohibited the Trump administration from eliminating federal funding for child transgender surgery and mutilation, a practice that the American people overwhelmingly reject. A court also held that the Trump administration could not ban people experiencing gender dysphoria or mental health issues from serving in the military. Ridiculous. Courts prohibited the removal of transgender women from women's prisons despite potential physical harm to real women in those prisons, biological women. A Northern District of California judge issued an absurd ruling that the president cannot fire people within the executive branch without Congress passing a bill, even though Congress has expressly authorized the president through the Office of Personnel Management to authorize reductions in force across agencies. A court also ordered the Trump administration to rehire thousands of already fired employees in several cases. A federal judge blocked the Trump administration from defunding the Department of Education, another signature campaign promise that this president has the power to implement. Courts ordered the Trump administration could not eliminate funding for illegal DEI programs, hence the word illegal. These are illegal programs to begin with, and now the courts are trying to say this president can't roll them back. And a district court judge prohibited the president from issuing any categorical funding freezes. And then another court ordered on top of that the administration makes $2 billion of payments in 36 hours. These are just a few of the ridiculous orders that we have seen from lower district court judges every day, and we hope that the Supreme Court will weigh in and rein them in.
Well, the Supreme Court needs to do it. I mean, that's ultimately the solution. There's two solutions in our three co-equal branches. One is that Congress needs to act in areas where it is unclear or certainly in controversy whether it is the legislative power to enact something versus an executive's right to do so. And then secondarily, this chronic conjunctivitis, as Jonathan Turley calls it, George Washington law professor, needs to be dealt with by the court. The court needs to give the Supreme Court needs to give these Article III courts some clarity in terms of nationwide injunctions. And we've talked about this before, limited injunctions that are limited to the actual parties to a case, for example. The Supreme Court is taking it up, and this is where they need to weigh in. You again, just to refresh recollection here, Justice Kagan was outraged about injunctions at a Northwestern University School of Law event. She lashed out at forum shopping by this is when Obama was president, conservative advocates to get before favorable courts. It just cannot be right that one district judge can stop a nationwide policy in its tracks and leave it stopped for the years it takes to go through the normal appellate process. Those are the words, that's a direct quote of Elaine Kagan when Obama was president. Now she's sort of, middling the issue because she's, more political operative than legal scholar. But that's what she said then, and she was right then. And this remains the issue. Of course, it has been visited upon Trump in ways it has not been visited upon any other president. The injunctions that were imposed on Trump increased almost fivefold from Obama. It was 12 for Obama, 64 for Trump, term one, then went back down to 14 under Biden, nationwide injunctions. And we're past 14 already, and we're 5 months into the second Trump term. Right. But this needs to play out, because the flip side is to say the big ruling this week from the International Trade Court, staying the or concluding that Trump doesn't have the right to impose these reciprocal tariffs. Well, that has been stayed by a federal appellate court in D.C., pending the full litigation of the matter. So you have to work through the courts. Just because Joe Biden openly flaunted a Supreme Court decision doesn't mean that that's a precedent that we want set and repeated. We want that held out as the bad act of a bad actor and a terrible president. Because Congress is enacting doesn't mean that the executive can usurp power that resides with the legislative branch. You have to allow these processes to play themselves out, even if it delays the implementation of policies that you would like to see implemented, even if it delays the implementation of policies that should rightly be implemented in the way that they were advanced, in this case, most specifically by executive order. So, that's where it's at. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time caterwauling for impeachments or maybe you have sort of theoretical discussions about the inferior courts that are the province of legislative action. But I think if the Supreme Court pins the ears back of these federal district court judges and provides some real guardrails on national injunctions, then even as silly as some of the opinions, as Caroline Leavitt mentioned, that have been handed down by some of these federal district court judges, and as obviously political as the plays are that are being made in so many courts, politicians in robes, that it will be delayed, but it will not be prevented. I'm talking about most of what Caroline Leavitt ticked off there. And frankly, it should put additional pressure, as we've talked about, particularly in the spending area, on Congress to see their way to do their jobs, to use the powers that are afforded them by the Constitution to work in advance of the same agenda. They want to run around defending Trump's reciprocal tariffs, as you've heard up and down rank and file Republican members of Congress do. Okay, well then, if it's concluded that Trump exceeded his authority, well then it doesn't mean that they can't be imposed. If you think it's a good idea, get your act together in the House and Senate Republican caucuses and act in furtherance of what Trump is trying to do with the powers that you have. This is a sort of an exercise in restoration of those three co-equal branches. Not if one branch isn't going to do its job, then we just move its powers around as we see fit for political expediency. That's a bad precedent to set, too.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Wow. At the time of this being written, both gold and silver are up some 40%. That's 40% in just 1 year. In fact, this past year, gold has broken all-time historic records by hundreds of dollars an ounce. And unlike all other financial instruments used today, that historic record goes back thousands of years. In times like these, prices have never been better on most collector and gold coins. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is trying to keep up with demand. So they're paying the most ever on not only most gold coins and bars, but also those old coin and paper money collections. They're especially looking for the scarcer dates and higher grade coins. Take advantage of the record high market price and our huge demand now, whether you're buying or selling, or just want to find out their worth. Fox Valley Coins is the place to go. Fox Valley Coins is on Route 59, just one light north of I-88 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
AM 560. The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 5:38, I know you discussed Trump's commutation of Larry Hoover's sentence yesterday, but I didn't get to play, and I want to play.
Yeah.
So we'll play it again, and to see if another day removed has provided any further reflections on whether this was a judicious act by the president. 5:38.
And we'll take your phone calls too, 312-642-5600. But now let's head into that newsroom and check the headline. Here's Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 55 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. A new report says someone has been impersonating President Trump's chief of staff.
The Wall Street Journal says someone in recent weeks has been sending text messages and making phone calls to notable Republicans and business executives pretending to be Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. The FBI and the White House are investigating the report. FBI Director Kash Patel said in a statement to the Journal that safeguarding our administration officials' ability to securely communicate is a top priority. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump's tariff plan is being reinstated by a federal appeals court for now. The court granted the administration's request to pause a lower court's ruling that blocked most of Trump's tariffs on other countries. Earlier this week, the U.S. Court of International Trade ruled that an emergency law did not give Trump authority to impose tariffs on nearly every country. Yesterday, a U.S. District Court judge upheld that ruling after the Justice Department appealed. The White House called the decision to block Trump's tariff plan an example of judicial overreach. This report is sponsored by Starbucks. The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is back. Notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Make it yours. Try it with lemonade or coconut milk, available for a limited time. Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now I check your forecast with the National Weather Service.
Your home is a valuable asset, and you want to take care of your home. From roofs, siding, windows, and doors to furnaces, flooring, landscaping, and much more. Listen to your go-to for all things home. It's Home Answers Radio every Sunday morning at 9. Presented by Lang Home Medical Equipment, Valdecast Windows and Doors, and by JeffBuysYourHouse.com. Get answers from industry experts so you can make informed decisions about your home improvement. Right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Barbecue, bags, and brews on the driveway sounds great about now, but are you ready to entertain on that dirty, oil-stained area you call your backyard? Why bother putting up the party lights in the garage when it'll only highlight the oil spills and stains on the concrete? No oil stain removal is too big or too small for Cabino Environmental. Homeowners and business owners can use the Cabino Oil Stain Remover. It's the most powerful oil stain lifting formula on the market. This is not the same stuff you think you can buy at the big box store. This is a concentrated stain lifter that goes deep into the concrete or brick for superior cleaning. You simply pour it onto the soiled area, let dry, and brush away. It really is that simple. If you need an expert that can come in and clean up the spill, click on CabinoEnvironmental.com. Their environmental response team will come to the rescue. For stains on your residential garage floor, patio, around the barbecue, parking lot, or driveways, go to CabinoEnvironmental.com to purchase the Cabino Oil Stain Remover. Can't wait? Cabino Oil Stain Remover is now available at your local Rental Max.
This is Ed Morrissey of HotAir.com for Town Hall. In his tour for the book Original Sin, Jake Tapper has grudgingly admitted that the mainstream media missed a scandal that may be worse than Watergate. There is no maybe about it. Watergate was a criminal conspiracy to cover up a dirty political campaign trick. Bidengate involves the hijacking of the presidency itself with a conspiracy that involves senior leaders and cabinet officials, not to mention Vice President Kamala Harris herself. The big question is, why didn't the media uncover this when it mattered? In fact, why are they ignoring it now, pretending that Biden only began to fail last year? The media was a co-conspirator in this massive cover-up, not only refusing to ask questions about Biden's cognitive decline, but attacking anyone who did. To this moment, not a single one of these MSM outlets are demanding to know who really ran the White House. To admit that the presidency got hijacked would expose their own role in the cover-up. That is the mainstream media's original sin.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find it in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Partly sunny, breezy this afternoon. Thunderstorm could bring some damaging wind, the high near 80. Evening thunderstorm tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 51. Sunny, not as warm, nice day tomorrow. Wildfire smoke causing some haze, and the high tomorrow, 68. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So do you agree with Jelly Belly and Tiny Dancer, or do you agree with Trump? Usually that's an easy question to answer, but maybe not in this case. I'm talking about the commutation of former Chicago gang kingpin Larry Hoover. Federal charges, not state, because the president can only address federal convictions in this case, and he did. Larry Hoover was convicted in 1973 of a murder, and was sentenced to 150 to 200 years. Yeah. So,
and he was in solitary confinement for 30 of those 50 years he's been behind bars.
So, Tiny Dancer, this is a notorious gang leader. Many, many people killed in his direction. And this will have severe consequences. I always thought when I was growing up in politics, the Republican Party was supposed to be the party of law and order. Well, it's an interesting statement, but you chose the other party anyway.
No.
This will be an incredible twist about law and order, letting a gang leader like Hoover of the Disciples out of jail. He's so street, the Disciples. That's Tiny Dancer, and much less tiny Jelly Belly. His office, unlike Donald Trump, Illinois follows the law. That includes our state justice system, as opposed when the query was made as to whether Pritzker would seek clemency from the parole board for the rest of Hoover's state sentence.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also text us. I know a lot of people tried to chime in on this yesterday, and we didn't have time for all the phone calls, but people are pretty divided on this issue. Some, he's done his time. He's 74 years old now.
He hasn't done his time.
Well, the time that he's done has been 50 years. More than half of his life he's been behind bars. And that, believing in redemption, he's redeemed himself. He's no ticks against him while he's in prison in Colorado there. He isn't, there's nothing on his record. He's been wonderful inmate.
No ticks against him in prison. He was then convicted after the murder for running his illegal gang operation out of prison.
He and his family or whoever made $100 million, Dan, in 1 year selling cocaine and other street drugs while he was in prison.
Well, I'm not impressed. The point is that he was committing crimes while in prison. So this, blemish-free prison record, I don't really understand what people are talking about, or they don't understand what they're talking about. Why? Because he hasn't shivved an inmate in the last 20 years. And as you said, 30 of the last 50 were in solitary.
Well, and then also, to the hypocrisy. I mean, there's people right now out on electronic monitoring walking around Chicago because 5 days in, 2 days off, who committed a similar crime. I mean, he hired somebody to kill William Young, who was abducted and shot to death in Inglewood in 1973.
I'm sorry, what's the hypocrisy?
That there's people out right now on electronic monitoring who've committed violent crimes. There's 92 people right now who are out. I'm just saying times have changed.
Well, so let me try to understand the logic. Because we have terrible policies right now, like no cash bail, and lenient sentences for violent criminals, we should compound that with a lenient sentence for Larry Hoover. How does that make sense?
312-642-5600.
We're doing something bad now, so we might as well do another thing that's bad.
Well, people were arguing yesterday, too, that they wanted him out to try and create peace on the streets, so to speak, to set young men straight, saying don't turn to a life of gangs and drugs like I did. Go on the right path.
We're just one violence interrupter away.
Well, he would be the perfect violence interrupter.
That's sarcasm. Is that what you think?
I'm being
We're
sarcastic,
one
too.
violence interrupter away. We're one
Solve this problem that we have.
one former gangbanger away from solving the problem of endemic street violence in Chicago. How many former gangbangers do we have right now that are being financed to be violence interrupters?
I mean, we had somebody in here yesterday, Tyrone Muhammad.
I'm familiar with him, and so I mean, yeah, can they make a difference on the margin? Sure, but the idea that he is going to shift the paradigm, he's going to move the Overton window on street violence because Larry Hoover, somebody that none of these, 18 to 25 or 18, what am I saying? 12 to 25-year-olds committing most of the crimes are going to have any knowledge of or respect for. What are they doing? They're all going to gather at the local community center for a series of talks when Larry Hoover does his speechifying in the city. What? I mean, this is assuming that he was released from prison, but I mean, it's just the philosophy behind this. I'm having a difficult time grasping it.
And Kanye West was really pushing for this in 2018. He was in the Oval Office with his MAGA hat on, begging Trump.
He did a free Larry Hoover concert with Drake.
Right. Yeah. And the proceeds went to the free Larry Hoover PAC.
I'm sure they did. So what is what's the rationale? Because Trump did it? Or is there something else that's important here? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Ron, Southside.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, I called yesterday, and all during the time I was thinking about you, Dan. But look here, I'm real clear, and I'm going to make it quick, but I do have 5 points. Okay, well, then you know what? If you're going to commute Jeff Schwartz, too, okay? So maybe he can stop the Black P. Stone from shooting.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay. And then another thing I read yesterday, he renounced the gang in 2022. Where the hell you been, man? It took you that long, 2022? Now, speculation about whether he can influence these people, that's speculation. I don't know. I'm not around those type of people. So, but you know what? That doesn't matter to me. That doesn't matter to me at all. That shouldn't even come in. What if you are wrong and he doesn't? And lastly, as far as, and I get it, Charles was like, some humanitarian issues. Maybe he doesn't have to remain in solitary confinement, because you mentioned yesterday, Amy, and today.
Yeah. Well, he's out of it now.
What? But guess what? There are people who met the ultimate solitary confinement. You know what that is? That's in the graveyard.
Right.
Are dead. Yeah. So lastly, okay, because this is very close to my heart. Because yes, you hear Tyrone, and I met Tyrone. I met these guys and T.O. But here's the thing: they were speaking for him. I speak for victims. See, this is what we talk about on this station all the time. So they had their piece. So maybe I wasn't directly affected by that mayhem that he caused, but I'm speaking as a victim. So we need to hear from the victims. Yeah, these guys get out here, and let's keep it real, y'all. I've seen all this stuff. Jeff Ford, you can change the name. They became Mel Rookins. We're going to do this and do it right. It's about getting some money. And so that's it. I just wanted to express that. But I'm speaking for the victim. So yes, he needs to go to state prison. He never ever needs to see a day out on the street. And you all have a wonderful weekend.
You too, Ron. Thanks for the call. It's a good point that Ron makes. The conversion, renouncing the gangster disciples in 2022.
2022.
So it took him. He's 71 then, right?
Yeah.
In
his later years, he's coming around.
Well, and we know the timeline here is these conversations started with Trump in 2018.
Yep.
And so now it's, okay, Larry, here's what you need to do to help sell this. Is that possible? I mean, I hate to be cynical about the former head of the Gangster Disciples, but that's a really good point that Ron brings up. You know, well, let's take a couple more calls. Mike, Southside.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. I would think a good question the media would have, or maybe the police department, is how often can they not utilize these violence interrupters who are paid by the city to intervene in conflict because they are themselves involved in the gang conflict they're supposed to be interrupting? It's a lot, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
And I would think that this landmine that Trump is laying for JBP is just that. Hey, I'm going to put this off on you. Yep. You might get votes in the state of Illinois, but nationally, if JBP goes and lets them loose, it's going to be horrible for them.
Thanks for the call, Mike.
And also, too, I just don't think Pritzker is going to let him out. I mean, because he could become a political figure. He could take the attention away from Governor Pritzker's, become huge. And
well, no, what he could become is Pritzker's Willie Horton.
Oh.
So that's why he's not going to release him, because he has presidential ambitions. So, yeah, he's not going to let Larry Hoover potentially become his Willie Horton. I mean, even if Hoover didn't commit any more crimes upon release. But by the way, what's 74-year-old Larry Hoover going to do to get by? I mean, is he going to...
he can reinvent himself. I don't know what he's going to do.
I mean, just a thought.
Does he know how to do it?
Because I saw this, there's a 1% chance of him being a recidivist. First of all, him being a recidivist is really not the issue in terms of the sentence that was imposed. I mean, the point of punishment is to be retributive in addition to being restorative. So, you have to address the retribution argument, the retribution prong of the justice system before you just say, well, because he's unlikely to commit more crimes, then it's okay to release somebody, him or anybody else for that.
Where he might want to stay in federal custody. The prison he's at is fine. If he goes state prison, whew, not good.
Yeah, I think he has some connects to be okay. Greg in Jefferson Park.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I agree with some of the other stuff these guys said. I mean, if JB and the Romunist, had a pair, they'd say, well, as soon as he gets out, he's going back in, because of his crimes of the past. And it's as you said too, what's he done to talk this down? He hasn't said anything for 50 years, and all of a sudden he's Mr. Good Guy. But the other thing is, if he gets out and does some good, and is able to, for instance, link up with this gentleman that we had on yesterday, he's going to be a big problem for Fatso and Rombo. There's no doubt about it. I mean, if he does any good, he's going to, I think, get the black community to rally to all the ills of the state of Illinois and the government associated with it. I mean, there's just no other two ways around it that I see. It's like, if this guy's so bad, well, as soon as he gets out, he's going back into prison here. End of story. But they're not going to say that because they lack the testicles. Anyways, you guys have a good one.
Thanks, Greg. Bill, Northwest Side.
Yeah, Larry Hoover has already set an example. The example is, this is what could happen to you if you do what I did. So he needs to stay in there. That's where he needs to be.
Thanks for the call, Bill. The other Bill in LaSalle County.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking the call. This is a common pattern. I mean, there was a gentleman from murder in the Yorkville area in the early 70s where a guy murdered 5 people, and he was released by Illinois State Board of Prisons when he was in his 70s because he was no longer a danger to society. But in the case of the federal prison and Larry Hoover, it could be that Trump's administration is just creating open rooms for some of the other people like James Comey. We're making room for some of the people who need to be in prison.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Thanks for the call, Bill. George in Naperville.
Yes, Stan, Larry Hoover could give gangland bus tours for the ladies of Hinsdale.
That'd be a great episode of The Real Housewives of Hinsdale.
yeah.
The Real Housewives of Hinsdale, special guest Larry Hoover.
Oh, you look nice. Come and sit down.
They go.
He's a black man. We like black people. Let's go.
They go to Fuller's for happy hour, and they have white wine spritzers. He comes back to their house.
Yeah.
And then they, I don't know, maybe they have like one of those I hate white people dinners.
Oh, that's right, where they talk about
where you
race.
bring in consultants to tell you how racist you are. That could be a business for Larry Hoover. I don't know. And then they go downtown to see something at the Lyric.
Cats.
And then they do that Larry Hoover tour of Inglewood.
Sure, yeah,
It's not a bad idea. I think we got a show idea, if nothing else, out of this. I'm gonna have to call Tyrone to get in contact with Larry if he does get out, because that could be my break into the entertainment industry.
Reality TV.
Yeah, thanks for that, George from Naperville. You really sparked something. Craig in Mount Greenwood.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. Thank you for taking my call, Dan. And while I was waiting, I think I got the possible answer to the question I was asking you. You got all these Democrats, especially guys like Pritzker and everything, looking for bending over backwards every way they can come up with to take and cut these illegal criminals and gangbangers and murderers and rapists keep them out of jail, get them out, keep them loose, keep them all over our country. And yet this one here, oh, no, they want to keep him in. Oh, what's Trump doing? Here's my thought as a possibility, and you tell me what you think. It's because all these other illegal aliens and everything, they're illegal. They're American criminal. Somebody that breaks the law that's American. The left has something against Americans, so Americans get to the fullest extent of the law. But if you're illegal and from some other country or something like that, carte blanche, do whatever you want.
So your argument is that Trump is using the release of Larry Hoover to make a political point about Dems' hypocrisy when it comes to law and order issues.
Is he bringing out? In other words,
is that a good way to make a political point? Is to release basically before a cartel level figure in organized crime? Is that a good way to make a political point?
No, you're right on that point. But I believe that Trump, because he does take and do things in a strange way, and oftentimes it comes out right. I don't think he's figuring that that he's actually going to get out. I think that he knows there's going to be this situation with like Pritzker in this case, where Pritzker's not going to let him out. Now it could backfire on Trump. I understand that, like where let him out, and then it like makes Trump look bad. Like, hey, why did he cut this thing and murder?
The argument could be made and is being made that just commuting his sentence makes him look bad, whether or not he ever gets out. But thanks for the call, Craig.
Are we ever going to know why Trump did it?
I have a theory.
Oh, can you please tell us your theory?
But I'll get to it.
Oh, you're such a tease.
I am. I'm coquettish.
Oh, coquettish word of the day. I think I had that as an appetizer last night.
Yeah, it's
wonderful.
It's good with a ranch dipping sauce.
Yeah, on the side.
Lewis, Southside.
I think we're missing it. It's political. Like the gentleman was saying a little bit earlier, it's you won't help me with my sanctuary city, then I won't help you with your crime problem. They won't let Jeff Ford out because he only has federal convictions. Larry Hoover has federal and state convictions.
Yeah, he's a double threat. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now what he needs to do is he needs to go to Minnesota and let Darren Chauvin out. Yeah. Wait. Let Darren, what's his name? Derek Chauvin and those three other officers out. And that'll put pressure on them again for Sanctuary City over there, because Tim Walz, I think he's going to try to run too as a candidate along with J.B. Pritzker. And that puts pressure on them.
Yeah, so here's I'll ask you the same question I asked Craig from Mount Greenwood, Lewis. So is using the power of commutation or pardon to make a political point about your political opponent's hypocrisy, is that right? Is that a proper way to make a political statement?
Well, the judiciary system those judges out there with all those injunctions that you were talking about.
Yeah.
That's what they doing.
I know, but we're criticizing them.
Yeah, but that's okay. You criticizing them, but what Trump did, and it looks like he's losing. He's not. He's winning because he's exposing the mob. The mob is not, the Democratic and Republican Party. The mob is that whole bureaucracy out there that were unelected and that's running the government. They stopping everything that he's doing right now and putting pressure on either Congress or either on the Supreme Court to make a decision. And they shouldn't have to do that because he's the administrator of the United States.
Thanks for the call, Louis. So I don't necessarily disagree that this is going to help Trump politically, but that's
why he did it.
Well, that's not a sufficient enough rationale, in my view, to commute his sentence. Okay, well, before I get to my theory.
Oh, gosh.
And by the way, there's another layer of hypocrisy here with Pritzker and the whole power structure in the state that's really important. Hold on a second. Greg in Schaumburg.
It's a wrong move. You talked about in your opening segment that the courts should be playing by the rules, essentially. And what's the value of our courts if we're going to have no administrative people that hold it up?
Thanks for the call, Greg. Jim on Southside.
Hey, good morning. How you doing? Real quick, I think that Trump is doing it for three reasons. One, Rush Limbaugh used to say you address absurdity by being absurd. So Joe
what?
I mean, but that's the same thing I was saying before. I mean, the way that you demonstrate the absurdity of the other side is to release a cartel level kingpin.
Exactly. And what?
Well, is that persuasive to you?
Well, yes, it is, because now people begin to realize this. So Joe Biden's pardons are absurd. They're absurd who they did. The deep state have been pardoned left and right, and by a pen, not even his signature. But the thing of it is that you also have a couple different things going on. J.B. Pritzker now has got pressure on him. Is he going to release this guy from state charges? Or going to keep him in custody for 99 years? The third thing is now you have the government not paying for this inmates' care. It's now being shipped over to the state.
Come on, this is fiscal conservatism in action. Okay, Jim. I mean, boy, the distortions and contortions you have to go through to try to justify this on its merits, not in terms of political impact, but on its merits. I mean, okay, I'm sorry, I'm not persuaded.
So we're gonna have to wait.
Yeah,
until the other side of the break.
I'm gonna tease this all morning.
No,
it's
you're not.
It's gonna be 8:59 before I. No. At 6:00, there's an important piece of hypocrisy that nobody has touched upon.
Okay.
That I will, because I pay attention.
Wow, because you're Dan frickin' Proft.
That's right. And honestly,
and you're bad. You're here.
That's right. And I'm bringing my bad self with me. Number two,
yes.
Then my theory on the politics of this.
Okay. All right. Today we're finally going to have warmer weather. This is so exciting. We've waited all spring for this. It's going to be partly sunny, turning breezy this afternoon with a possible thunderstorm, a high of 80 degrees. Then tomorrow for your weekend, this is what's in store. Are you ready, Dan? Are you taking notes? We're going to have
no rain and sun so I can play golf.
Exactly. Well, tomorrow it's only a high of 68 degrees. Not as warm, of course, with sunshine. Wildfire smoke will cause the sky to be hazy. I don't know where those fires are, but we'll find out. Then Sunday, a little bit warmer, a high of 76 degrees at 6 a.m. WIND, Chicago.
The Trump tariffs remain in place for now. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. After a federal appeals court put a hold on a Wednesday trade court ruling that blocked many of the new U.S. tariffs imposed on imports from many countries. White House Counselor for Trade Peter Navarro tells Fox Business.
We feel like we're on very strong legal grounds in both the fentanyl tariff case and the reciprocal tariff case.
The trade court had ruled the president exceeded his authority with those tariffs, and he posted on Truth Social, were the judges motivated by Trump hatred? and he called their ruling a threat to presidential power, urging the Supreme Court to take quick, decisive action. Those tariffs led to a lot of trade negotiations with different countries. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells Fox talks with China have stalled, and the president and China's premier may have to get together.
Given the magnitude of the talks, given the complexity, that this is going to require both leaders to weigh in with each other.
There are also negotiations trying to get a new ceasefire in Gaza, and Hamas is now reviewing a U.S. proposal that Israel supports.
Reports suggest Hamas would release 10 living hostages and the remains of others during the 60-day pause. Israel would release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners and pull back forces to positions before the last ceasefire ended in March.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Someone who rose to fame after 9/11 has died. Bernie Kerik. He was New York City Police Commissioner and helped coordinate the emergency response to the terror attack. Later nominated to be the head of Homeland Security, but he withdrew and then had legal trouble.
He pleaded guilty to 8 felonies, including tax fraud and lying to the White House. Kerik spent nearly 3 years in prison and went on to get a pardon from President Trump. FBI Director Kash Patel announced his death, posting that Kerik passed away after a private battle with illness.
Fox's Jill Nato. In London, actor and comedian Russell Brand pleaded not guilty this morning to charges that he raped or sexually assaulted 4 women in allegations that date back between 1999 and 2005. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 56 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Summer-like temperatures are expected in Chicago over the next few days. The National Weather Service says the last weekend in May will be sunny and warm. Today, the temperature is expected to reach around 80 degrees. Tomorrow, a forecast calls for sunny skies at a high of 80, and on Sunday, a high of 82. Chicago officials are alerting the public about water safety as summer approaches. Fire department leaders are urging people to wear a life jacket while boating and never swim alone or at night. They also urged boaters not to drink and drive. Fire officials also reminded the public that Chicago Park District lifeguards are on duty from 11 a.m. until 7 p.m. A city council member is threatening legal action against one of her colleagues, Perry Williams reports.
33rd Ward Alderman Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez accuses 15th Ward Alderman Ray Lopez of linking her to the suspected shooter of 2 Israeli embassy workers in Washington, D.C.
That is a lie. This man has never volunteered. He's not a member of my organization. I've never seen this man at any meetings.
She sent a cease and desist letter to Lopez, who posted on social media that the suspect, Elias Rodriguez, is politically tied to organizations affiliated with Rodriguez Sanchez.
News is a service of Team Hochberg. They've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners with the best rates and service. Let Team Hochberg help you by visiting 56david.com or call 855-563-2843. That's 56david.com. Lower.com equal housing lender NMLS 1124061. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
If you listen to the mainstream media and the Democrats, you'd think it was a sin to be black and conservative. Well, John Anthony blows up that perception every week on Black and Right. Join John tomorrow afternoon at 4 when he pushes back against the left and its progressive agenda that tries to dictate how people should think or feel about politics. Listen to Black and Right tomorrow afternoon at 4 right here on AM 560, The Answer. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage. Enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson around the clock, all day, every day, including daily replays of Chicago's Morning Answer on Dan and Amy 24/7. Listen now at danandamy247.com. The Charlie Kirk Podcast is on the Salem Podcast Network.
The media far too often has become the enemy of the people. The media told those of us that noticed Joe Biden's mental decline for years that you are wrong, that you are spreading mis and disinformation. They knew how bad this was, and these reporters actively covered up one of the greatest scandals in American history.
Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Is Cialis Daily really better than Viagra?
If you like spontaneity, the answer is yes. So when the mood strikes, you're ready to go.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
When you take it, you're ready to go.
Does Cialis Daily last longer than Viagra?
Guys are raving that the results last even longer.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Are 30-day sample packs available?
You can now access a 30-day sample pack at TryRexMD.com with generics if appropriate. Online approval at TryRexMD.com is simple, with medication delivered direct to your door. There's no copay, no doctor office visit, and your shipping is always free. Visit TryRexMD.com to get your sample pack. That's TryRexMD.com.
Suburban Welding and Steel is your local welding, fabricating, and repair shop where service and quality is number one. Their dedicated team of experts can repair a job on-site or in their shop located in Franklin Park. They have the machinery needed to get your project completed with the craftsmanship and precision so you can get back to business. Suburban Welding and Steel Services, more than just the manufacturing industry. They also service the food industry, heavy equipment, trucking, airports, and railroads. Walk-ins are also welcome, so if you need it welded, repaired, fabricated, or modified, Suburban Welding and Steel will do the laser cutting, machining, forming, and plate rolling for you. Or they have the materials you need in stock and ready for the purchase. And if you know a hardworking person looking for a career in the trade, Suburban Welding and Steel is looking to add to their team of experts. Visit SuburbanWeldingandSteel.com to see the full story on what they can do for you. SuburbanWeldingandSteel.com.
From the Team Hawkburg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes. Outbound, 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn interchange, 12 minutes. Outbound, around 11 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from around Wolf to the old post office, about 15 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 23 minutes. Traffic is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield, PPO, or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more and check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now I check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Partly sunny, breezy this afternoon. Thunderstorm could bring some damaging wind behind near 80. Evening thunderstorm tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, though 51. Sunny, not as warm, nice day tomorrow. Wildfire smoke causing some haze, and the high tomorrow, 68. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. We're talking about the Trump commutation of Larry Hoover's sentence. Getting some interesting reactions to aspects of the conversation we mentioned. What would Larry Hoover do if he actually was released? 74-year-old Larry Hoover, what would he do to support himself? Amish texter, he'll teach blow art for Palestinians with Hunter Biden at Harvard. Possibly. It's possible. Could happen.
Yeah, we'll take your phone calls, or you can text in some ideas. 312-642-5600.
Also this on X from Kevin Rooney. Is Larry Hoover really the kingpin the Clinton DOJ made him out to be? Or was he some Fed prosecutor's stepping stone? I just find it hard to believe that a 23-year-old with a life sentence can command such loyalty from a gang of drug dealers. Yeah, you know what? I find it hard to believe that a street banger like Jeff Fort could do or attempt to do an arms deal with the Libyan government. But that also happened. I don't pretend to understand the cultural nuances of the gangster lifestyle in America's urban centers, but I certainly don't underestimate the sophistication or the power that those cartel kingpins have, in much the same way that the Mexican drug cartels that we talk about have. So, yeah, I wouldn't underestimate it just because he was 23 years old. I mean, we've talked about it before, and a lot of people tell you the same thing that have exposure. There's some of these gang leaders that have, real business chops. If they would have used their talents for good rather than evil, they could have been something productive. Don't underestimate them. And the crimes for which he was convicted are the crimes for which he was convicted, including a murder. And, the casual observer will understand there were many more that were committed upon his direction, which is the standard for felony murder. So let's not be Pollyannish about this, okay?
But he's become a cultural icon. And they even wrote a rap song. They have a Gangster Disciple anthem. This is Ruga.
They done let the GDs in the dough. Hey, they done let the GDs in the dough. Yeah, they done let the GDs in the dough.
It's very catchy.
Hey, they done let the GDs in the dough.
Yeah.
GD. Wait, he mentions Trump here.
GDs. They done let the GDs in the dough. Hey, ooh, they done let the GDs in the dough. Hey, Trump should've freed Larry. Is wrong with dude? Oh, you say you GDK? Is wrong with you? He say cause you GDN, I can't do no song with you. And if the BD's
to change the song now.
No, he'll just have to cut a new one. It shouldn't be difficult to just drop Pritzker's name in there instead of Trump. That's his new single, Ruga. By the way, Ruga from Chicago, Gangster Disciple.
Okay.
So you can understand his appeal. So Ruga, Larry Hoover's 74. Ruga, I think, is in his 20s. So just going back to that, you don't think that in a certain aspect of that culture that they're Larry Hoover's not an iconic figure to most law-abiding people, but he is an iconic figure to a lot of people that are in that culture or were 50 years removed, and this guy's singing about his pardon. Don't underestimate it. This is why they had the staying power. This is why that Fort and Hoover ruled the streets. They had
even from inside prison.
They had disciplinary mechanisms. They built organizations that work for the objectives that they were attempting to accomplish. Unfortunately, they were terrible objectives, of course. So just on this, two things. One is the hypocrisy of the left talking about sanctuary cities and this. Focus, if you will, for a moment on Pritzker and this entire political power structure in the state. Because all of the talk of keeping this guy in jail because, unlike Donald Trump, Illinois follows the law, quote unquote, that was the statement from the governor's office. Well, there were two other individuals who served 50 years in prison that were released by the Illinois Prison Review Board. Does anybody remember the case? That are released by the Pritzker-appointed Illinois Prisoner Review Board with no weighing in on the topic by Pritzker, with no help for the victims' families, which is unusual, by then Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx, because these were two murders that were committed in Cook County, two victims' families from Cook County.
Were they police officers?
Police officers.
Oh, that's right.
Two cop killers that assassinated Police Sergeant James Severin and his partner Anthony Rosado in Cabrini Green in 1970 were released.
We talked about it here on the show. I remember that. We had the family member on.
Jean Cable, the niece of Police Sergeant James Severin. Not only did we talk about it, I ran ads about it in the 2022 governor's race.
My uncle was a sergeant in the Chicago Police Department. He was with a patrol officer, Anthony Rosado, and on the evening of July 17, 1970, they were assassinated.
For decades, Jean had the support of governors of both parties to keep her uncle's killer behind bars. Until J.B. Pritzker.
We did not get any letters whatsoever from Governor Pritzker opposing parole. My message to the governor would be shame on you.
But, the majority of Illinoisans didn't want to send that same message. So just keep that in mind. Keep the names James Severin and Anthony Rosado in mind. I won't even mention the murderers who were convicted and released. Keep those names in mind when you hear Tiny Dancer or Jelly Belly or anybody else that's part of this political power structure in Chicago and Illinois talking about Illinois, we follow the rule of law, unlike Trump, and we're not letting Larry Hoover go because we're law and order types. But you let cop killers go.
Yeah. Oh, that speaks volumes. Oh, my gosh. Thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. Lots of text messages. Dan and Amy, Larry Hoover can be the new Gimme Dat brand ambassador for the grocery stores coming.
Possibly.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's another possible opportunity for him. I think my theory about why Trump did it.
Yes.
Yes, the celebrities weighing in on behalf of Larry Hoover may have had an impact. Yes, Alice Johnson, who actually that was a legitimate pardon. Alice Johnson, who then now is heading up Trump's working committee for assessing pardons and commutations. The black woman that Kim Kardashian went to bat for, she had been convicted of a drug-related crime, but she was a low-level person who was trying to make ends meet. She was just like a courier, and then she got this really severe sentence, and she had spent 20 years, I think, in prison. So that's completely more understandable, both from the retributive as well as restorative. Anyway, a press release that was issued upon Larry Hoover's, the announcement that Larry Hoover's federal sentence would be commuted, from a group called Unstacked. They're calling for the passage of legislation at the state level here in Illinois entitled the Retroactive Justice for Illinois C-Number Prisoners Act. The legislation, according to Unstacked, quoting them, seeks to provide long overdue relief to a small aging population of inmates sentenced before Illinois' transition from indeterminate to determinate sentencing in 1978. The bill would allow 37 incarcerated individuals, all age 65 or older, to elect resentencing under the determinate sentencing guidelines introduced in 78. These individuals, the C-number prisoners, have each served more than 40 consecutive years in custody under indeterminate sentences, and they did not benefit from the fitness and consistency intended by the 1978 sentencing reforms, according to Unstacked. The continued incarceration of these elders represents a profound injustice. They were denied the same sentencing relief given to others simply because their original minimum terms were longer than 20 years. The legislation corrects that inequity. So I think part of what Trump is doing here is making an appeal to Black America. I mean, just call it what it is. I think that's what he's doing. I think he is. He recognizes there's, all sorts of movements with respect to, expunging records, with respect to initiatives like this, with the peculiarities of state sentencing guidelines, like in Illinois, for this cohort of people that have been in prison for basically their entire adult lives and now essentially have aged out of much public safety concern in terms of committing violent crimes if they were released. And I think that he is sending a message that he recognizes there were injustices done to Black Americans under the color of law for many generations. And while Larry Hoover is not innocent, not wrongly convicted, There have been wrongly convicted. There are wrongful convictions that have been overturned. We know this in Illinois. There have been cases of coerced confessions, police misconduct, and that's disproportionately in the instance of black people because, frankly, black men are disproportionately the cohort that has committed violent crimes. I mean, that's just the statistics. And so I think he's sending a message that he is generally aware, just like what he did with the First Step Act. He is generally aware of the unfairness that black Americans suffered under the color of law generally, and some specifically. And he is, I think, trying to communicate that understanding, a sense that he has some empathy, even if he is not condoning what, for example, a Larry Hoover did, or even an Alice Johnson. But he recognizes there is the opportunity for rehabilitation, that this has gone on long enough kind of thing with certain individuals. And he wants to use cases like Larry Hoover to make that point. I don't necessarily agree that this is the best case to make that point. Alice Johnson, that's a pretty good case to make this point. There are others, but in my mind, not Larry Hoover. But that's what I think he's doing. And I think in so doing, he's going to build political support, not just for himself. He doesn't need it as much anymore.
But for the Republican Party.
Yeah, and those that come after him. He's going to build on the improvements that we saw with respect to black men in particular voting for Trump and voting Republican. Senator Willie Preston, state senator in Chicago, he's a Democrat, but
what did he say?
I know Willie. He's a sensible guy. He may be the only sensible Democrat in Springfield. He called it an undeniable day of redemption in America. And Preston's a young dude, family man, but young. Undeniable day of redemption in America. I grew up in the same neighborhood as Larry Hoover, and for many of us from Inglewood, his name was bigger than just one man. It was a presence, a story, a cautionary tale. Larry Hoover's transformation from gang leader to someone who preached peace, civic responsibility, and turning away from street life should make us all think. I think Larry Hoover's transformation is relatively recent. So I'd be interested in some conversation about that epiphany alleged. But I think that Donald Trump did what he did with Larry Hoover to send a message to people like Willie Preston that even if he doesn't get it, he gets what they're saying. And he wants
he sees you.
And he wants some. No, I mean, it's more than he wants you on the team.
Yeah. It's okay to come over. Text messages about what he can do when he's out of prison, if that ever happens. Go back to the family business. As a vacuum guy, get it? His last name's Hoover. I know.
Yes,
okay.
Right.
But this is a good one. Dan and Amy.
Yeah.
He can move in with Blago, and the theme of the reality TV show would be the new version of The Odd Couple.
Yes, and the hijinks would ensue.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hey, Amy Jacobson here, and OMG, I was absolutely speechless when I saw my new garage floor. Level 10 Coatings did such an amazing job, and now my garage floor shines. Level 10 Coatings specializes in expert garage floor coatings for both residential and commercial spaces. Their floors are durable, easy to maintain, and best of all, done in just one day. Hey, if you've been thinking about upgrading your garage floor with that shiny new showroom look, please call my good friends at Level 10 Coatings at 855-510-2628 or book your free consultation online at level10coatings.com. And here's a bonus. Mention me, Amy Jacobson, and you'll get $500 off your project. Call 855-510-2628 or visit level10coatings.com today, or call 855-510-2628.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Just a bit of an update. The Senate wants to have hearings now on the Biden cognitive decline issue and the cover-up that is being so well documented by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson.
Original sin.
Ducey asked Caroline Leavitt about who may be whistled in to testify at these House and Senate hearings over this matter of Biden's competence while president. Like, for example, his wife.
Yeah.
There are some folks in President Biden's inner circle who are now in talks with Republicans in Congress to give interviews about how they may have handled President Biden's decline. Is the president satisfied with aides only sitting for these transcribed interviews, or would he also like to see some kind of testimony from the former First Lady, Dr. Biden?
I think, frankly, the former First Lady should certainly speak up about what she saw in regards to her husband and when she saw it and what she knew. Because I think anybody looking, again, at the videos and photo evidence of Joe Biden with your own eyes and a little bit of common sense can see this was a clear cover-up. And Jill Biden was certainly complicit in that cover-up. There's documentation, video evidence of her clearly shielding her husband away from the cameras. They were just on The View last week. She was saying everything is fine. She's still lying to the American people. Yep. She still thinks the American public are so stupid that they're going to believe her lies. And frankly, it's insulting, and she needs to answer for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep this going and whistle everybody in. All 200 that spoke to Tapper and Thompson for their Cover My Ass book, whistle them in under subpoena. And if they don't comply with the subpoena, then they get the Bannon Navarro treatment.
Bring in Hunter, too, and then on the way out, just say, hey, was that your bag of Coke?
You
in the West Wing?
Yeah, they
just like throw that in there.
The other side set the precedent. Okay. Coming up at 6:36, a morbidly obese queer Latina influencer, Olivia Juliana. She's more popular and more well-known than most Dem elected officials. She explains why young men are not in the coalition. And I'll tell you what, she's not wrong. 6:36.
So now into the newsroom we go. Here is Nikki Whaley.
The morning, it's 56 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560. The Answer Newsroom, I'm Nikki Whaley. The White House says DOGE's mission to cut waste, fraud, and abuse from government spending will continue following Elon Musk's departure.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said many DOGE employees are now political appointees and government employees and intend to stay.
The entire cabinet understands the need to cut government waste, fraud, and abuse, and each cabinet secretary at their respective agencies is committed to that.
Musk began offboarding as a special government employee on Wednesday. He's helped lead the Department of Government Efficiency since it was established in January. As a special government employee, Musk was allowed to work for the administration for only 130 days in a calendar year. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Millennials and Gen Z are Googling basic life skills in record numbers as they move into adulthood. The search engine told Axios questions for things such as how to use a mop or how to set up autopay, how to do an oil change are at an all-time high this year. Studies point out that schools are dropping classes like home ec that train students in practical life skills. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that trade talks with China have stalled. He said Thursday that he thinks that there'll be more talks in the next few weeks, and there may be some point where there'll be a phone call between President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. News is a service of almostfreeteeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, you could save 90% off on average. To get your smile back, learn more and check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Make sure that you never miss a day of Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
The summer heat in Chicagoland is no joke. And if your old air conditioner is making funny noises, you may already know it's time for a new unit.
Look, your air conditioner, it's a disaster. People are telling me it's the worst ever.
Don't sweat it, literally. When it comes to cooling your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Rebates are still available, financing is flexible, and at Air Right installations are smooth and professional with no surprises.
It's beautiful. Some people say it's the coolest air anyone's ever felt. I don't know. That's just what they're saying. It's doing an incredible job. Really tremendous.
Plus, tell them AM 560 sent you and Air Right will give you $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
That shot was money, Lisa. Hey, speaking of, did you ever figure out what to do with your parents' old coin collection?
Not yet. I need a reputable dealer to appraise them. I have no clue what they're worth.
I just finished working on my dad's estate collections. I took it all to Fox Valley Coins. Their customer service was the best. Plus, they're super honest and reputable, but most importantly, experienced. They'll give you the best prices.
Really? They handle estate collections?
Absolutely. Buying, selling, appraising, they do it all. It was quick and simple, and we maintained our privacy. Fox Valley Coins made the whole process easy.
That's exactly what I need. Are they local?
Right in Naperville. They have an easy website to remember. FoxValleyCoins.com.
Perfect. Now let's see if you can return this shot.
Whether buying or selling or just want valuation, Fox Valley Coins is your trusted gold and silver dealer. Visit Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. FoxValleyCoins.com. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find it in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or NewNordicUSA.com.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. Outbound, 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange, 13 minutes. Outbound, 13 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 19 minutes. Outbound, 17 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 25 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. This report is sponsored by Rocket. Rocket.com is the new home for all things homeownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started, all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Partly sunny, breezy this afternoon. Thunderstorm in the area. Could see some damaging wind. The high today 80. Evening thunderstorm tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 51. Sunny, not as warm tomorrow. Pleasant day. Some wildfire smoke causing some haze. A high at 68. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So this morbidly obese, queer, Latina Marxist, neo-Marxist, Olivia Juliana.
Is this another reason why Dan Proft is single?
Ooh, well, she puts the plus in LGBTQIA++. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I saw her. Yeah, she's a real looker.
She's been, but I mean, she's got a big following.
Oh yeah, people love her. My kids know who she is.
She was on a podcast with some Faye dude. Ish.
That's okay.
Dude in quotations. Talking about why young men are not part of the coalition, as they call it. And, of course, Olivia Juliana talks about her affinity for frat guys. And she does a lot of college campus work.
Mm-hmm.
But what she said about why young men are not in their coalition.
Why young men aren't Democrats anymore? Yeah.
I don't think it's inaccurate, I got to say.
Well, I also think it's just so abundantly clear that the people who say these things don't actually spend time talking to young men. You know this because we know each other in real life, but I spend a lot of time on college campuses. And I spend a lot of time with
young men.
I love young men. I love frat guys. And in that, I realized, even the ones that identify as conservative are almost always pro-choice. They're almost always pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who supported Black Lives Matter. And so I feel like people just kind of lump them into this box when the truth is, again, a lot of them are with us on the issues. They're just not part of our coalition because they feel like they're not welcomed in it.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line is Olivia Giuliani. Maybe she's not the young man whisperer, or young college man whisperer, but is she making an important point? And frankly, a cautionary one, not only for her party, but for the Republican Party. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You have two young men in your household.
Yes. And one is pro-Trump. The other one used to be until his internship got doged. And now I said, well, that's life. I mean, there's no guarantees in life, and you might have the best job in the world and things are going great, and then boom, your job's gone. So you're learning at a young age, go find another job, go find another internship. And he did. But I said, don't be mad at Trump about this. It's not, he's getting the country in order. Physically, he's getting the house in order. And,
I know there's all this zeitgeist now because of the move of 18 to 24-year-old men in Trump's direction last November. Now it's, 18 to 24-year-old men is our fountain of youth for the Republican Party. And very much like Ponce de Leon, I'm not sure that it is. That it's any more real. Yeah, there's I know in Illinois there's something like 500,000 18 to 24-year-old men who are not registered to vote. So, there's non-participation, and you think, well, if we're making great strides there, then this is a cohort that provides all sorts of political opportunity. But listen to the entirety of what Olivia Giuliani said. They're with us on some of these issues, particularly the cultural issues, They're just they just don't feel welcome, and it's understandable they don't feel welcome when you rally about and rail against honkies all the time, and everybody's a white supremacist, and everybody who disagrees with you is a white supremacist, and white men are the problem, and you go to people's, these honky chicks go to people so they can do forages into forests where they scream and pound sticks on the ground and protestation of the patriarchy and so forth. Yeah, you could see what you're saying. Well, obviously, I'm not welcome in this crowd.
Well, I know what I'm hearing from the youngins is that they can't define what a woman is, and they think that men can give birth. And they don't like that either.
Yeah.
And letting all these men take women's, places in sporting competitions. I mean, did you hear what happened in California? That state track meet is tomorrow, and now Governor
there's
Newsom
an investigation now.
Yeah, but he's making a third category for trans people. It doesn't work that way, Gavin. Okay?
Yeah,
but I'm saying that's why I think a lot of young men don't want to be Democrats. They don't want to be associated with this crap and the pronouns and the LGBT, like celebrating people's sexuality. Why? Drag queens reading stories to kids 0 to 5 years old. Why? They don't want that. That's not attractive. That doesn't make them proud to be a Democrat.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
But just like your son with his internship, how sticky is their aversion? How sticky is their affiliation with the Republican Party, really? So you think if you just go register a bunch of 18 to 24-year-old men, then that's going to provide you an expanded base of operations? That's going to expand the Republican Party's base to the exclusion of the coalition that Olivia Giuliana talks about? Yeah, I'm not so sure. I think there's a lot of fool's gold there, and I think she's pointing it out by mentioning some of those issues, and there are others. But the more important point is it's transactional. It's affinity based. The trans thing is a good example of that. It's made the neo-Marxists uncool. And, Trump brings sort of a cult of personality, a coolness factor that not every Republican is going to bring.
No. I mean, when we went on the D.C. trip when Trump was first in office, every kid at Blaine, guys, they bought their MAGA hats, to the horrors of their parents. They came home with, and they think Trump's cool. They love it. They bought all the merch, the buttons, the pins, and I don't know. There was a real excitement for him.
Yeah, and it's for young men especially, it's rebelling against authority because all the cultural mavens, and maybe some in your house, particularly if you're a honky living in some wealthy suburb, by supporting MAGA, you're rebelling against the cultural norms that those in charge of our cultural and civic institutions are telling you to comply with. So, I mean, my point is to say there's a lot of variables here, and I think that that is a volatile group of people in terms of their understanding of the world and their political beliefs, particularly since so few of them have skin in the game by the age of 24. Right. I mean, most of them are not even off their parents' insurance until 26, for example, thanks to Obamacare. So I just, all this, there's, it's fashionable now. 18 to 24-year-olds, and look at this. Yeah, well, we haven't seen it translate, we haven't seen the Trump vote translate into midterm elections, much less the 18 to 24-year-old vote translate into elections generally on behalf of Republicans up and down the ballot. So if you think you can just go register more of them, yeah, maybe you have an audience that's now more receptive than it was, and there are opportunities, but they still have to be worked. You just think that things are going to continue going on this trajectory as long as Democrats continue to be unable to come to terms with the positions they are committed to that are so offensive to so many people. And I'm not sure about that. I've been saying for years and years and years, and and Trump finally brought it to fruition, that, the play for Republicans in Illinois in general is to stop obsessing about college-educated, suburban, honky women in rich suburbs, and instead focus on people with skin in the game, who play by the rules, who are in Aurora and Elgin and Little Village and Pilsen and the south suburbs. And what we saw, and this just continues to baffle the left, Democrat support dropped by 46 points among Hispanic moderates, so self-identified moderates, between 2016 and 2024. Over the course of 8 years, Democrats support Hispanic moderates went from plus 62 for Dems to plus 16. 46-point move. About Hispanic self-identified moderates. The interesting thing, too, is
I think that's all about immigration, all the illegals that are here. Because a lot of them came here legally, and they followed the rules and are continuing to do so.
That's part of it. And, the Latino voters is not monolithic. No group by race or gender is. It's always complicated. And one of those things you have to drill down on is, what generation are you of American? Because, the immigration attitudes move very quickly. As you move from first to second to third generation, they move much further to the conservative position, frankly. The move, this is from Marie Touchera writing at the Liberal Patriot. Massive drops in Democrat support from pretty much every subgroup of Hispanics, albeit with some variation. Working class Hispanics more than college educated. Women more than men, which is actually kind of interesting. Younger Hispanics more than older ones. Not surprised. And urban residents more than those in the suburbs. Which is also somewhat interesting. So, the 18 to 24-year-old, there's no magic to it. Just as there's no magic to continuing to count on the move among these Latino subgroups that I just rattled off, and thus the overall move. You need to continue working those supporters and making those appeals in a relentless way. So I just highlight this because I think, again, Olivia Juliana is right about how tenuous it really is. Because, frankly, these are not young people, these Hispanic cohorts. They're not mainly comprised of sort of philosophical conservatives. They're comprised of people who have been, by and large, over the last several generations, maleducated. I'm not sure they have the wherewithal to be philosophical much of anything. Thus, they're transactional and they're materialistic. And being transactional and materialistic puts you on the track to leftism, not conservatism. So I'd be wary. Notice, as the left is doing their postmortems, still trying to figure out what happened 8 months ago. We shouldn't be resting on our laurels, expecting these trend lines to just continue at their current trajectory. So, a cautionary tale from the other side. Bob in Buffalo Grove.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Always good talking to you. Maybe you can opine in on 20 to 24-year-olds. Last night, Laura Ingraham had a discussion with Tomi Lahren and 20 to 24-year-olds and stay-at-home sons. What's with 20 to 24-year-olds staying at home and into the future? Amy, don't you have 20 to 24-year-old sons?
Yeah.
Will they return home?
Well, the stay-at-home son was viral because of that Jeopardy winner, Brendan Leah. He recently graduated, and he's looking for work. So they asked him what he did for a living. He said, well, I'm a stay-at-home son.
Yeah.
And then that went viral, and now everybody's
not the
making
first
a big
one.
deal.
We've been talking about that for years now, just the incidence of young people who are living with their parents.
Mhm.
I mean, everything has been pushed back. Like maturation and adulthood and skin in the game has been pushed back. Not for everyone, of course,
But for some,
generally, I mean, generally, if you look at macro data, things like the median age of marriage, the median age of having kids, and all that's been pushed back.
And I think it was because of COVID, and I also think it was
Bob.
because of Obamacare. I mean, I got out of the house because I had to get a job. My COBRA insurance, I didn't want to pay $300 a month. I wanted to have a job. But now you can stay on your parents' insurance until you're 26 years old.
Well, that's right.
I know,
That's
but
just
I'm just
one
saying that's
of many
one of many
incentives that
get your butt out of the house.
Yeah, it lead to dependency and entitlement and perhaps a lack of vigor when it comes to being self-sufficient.
I mean, Justin, you're off your parents' insurance now, right?
He's like,
well, no.
26.
Right.
I wrote it out.
Yeah, you wrote it out until you're 26 years old, but you were working. You weren't a stay-at-home son.
Absolutely.
Right.
I wish.
Just a stay-at-home technical producer for the last 3 weeks, though.
And you were dearly missed.
So oh yeah, wait. How old are you now? Did you turn 18 yet? How old are you?
29, knocking on 30's door.
Okay. But when he started working here, you were 3?
24.
Yeah. And he was on his parents' insurance.
Yeah. But that's fascinating. I'm not interested in his life story. I'm interested in his perspective on young dudes. Quinn's aged out. He doesn't know what young dudes think anymore. So Justin, what do you think about this? You know, sort of the move to the center right that we saw in 2024. But I mean, is what I'm saying? Do you think that's correct? That it could be very fleeting?
Yes, I think the 4 years prior really showed what happens if we go down the other rabbit hole, and watching things get significantly worse than they were before in terms of, cost of everything. I think it's just the costs, plainly put.
Yeah, so it's transactional, and you saw sort of an incompetent old man as a president. You say, well, and then you're being scolded all the time by that party because you're a young white dude, or just because you're a white dude. But that's that skin in the game thing. That's so key, and I think if we're smart and we want real staying power, and you really want a governing coalition well into the future, and you want to win races that people don't think you can win, you have got to win what I always call the people who play by the rules with skin in the game, that are upwardly mobile, productive people across race, and all the upside still is with minority communities. I mean, I think there's some upside with certain white ethnic groups or white ethnic demographics, but I mean the upside is much bigger. And frankly, if you even want to hold the gains that were realized in 2024, there is relentless work to be done. Chris and Carrie, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. I have to push back a little bit here on the idea that kids aren't mature or skin in the game, maybe, so to speak. I would love to have my kids come back and live at home for a brief time, as long as they met a few stipulations, like they had to have a full-time job and, pay for their own gas. But, expenses are so great with college tuition and housing out there. I would like them to get a head start on saving for the future. By living at home.
Do they want to live with you?
One does, one does not. So that is the. But here's another question, Dan, Amy.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the government in the business of making money off of educating our youth? So why are interest rates for loans, college loans, at 9%? Why don't we make them a flat 1 or 2%?
Yeah.
Kids could maybe afford to get more educated. They can maybe pay back those loans. The institutions don't lose the money, it's the government. So why don't we make it affordable, and maybe instead of defaulting, they actually pay back these loans.
Well, thanks for the call, Chris. Well, on the loan business, one of the ways to make it affordable, rather than imposing price controls which is what capping an interest rate is doing, is just get the government out of the business of underwriting college tuition by operating the student loan program. That's what inflates the cost. Get them out of the business altogether. and you want to borrow money to go to college, well, then you finance it privately. We used to do that. This hasn't been the system for, since America's founding. So that's what I would propose on that. With respect to kids not having skin in the game, we're not saying everyone. And, give your kid a head start, stay at home a little bit longer to save up for a place that you can buy rather than rent, and so on and so forth. Or until you have a little bit of savings because you're working. Yeah, that's fine. But we're more talking about this 18 to 24-year-old cohort, that it is hardwired and moving at a 45-degree angle right. And I don't think it is. That's the issue. And so if it's not, if I'm correct about that, then the messaging to that cohort as well as all of these other cohorts who are sort of oriented right in terms of what they want to do, even if they're not particularly philosophical about it, is what is that running conversation with them so that we move beyond what could have been a black swan event because of Trump's cult of personality in the context of the 2024 election, all that he went through, the obvious incompetence of the previous president that everybody, including 18 to 24-year-olds, noticed. That's what I'm saying. And I don't think the Republican Party is really devoting much mind share to this. I think there's way too much slapping of backs and celebratory attitudes toward what was accomplished, thinking that it's just going to naturally happen again because the Dems are slow to make necessary course corrections. That's what I'm saying.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank that cares about your business and is invested in your success. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Chris Johnson, CEO of Classic Cinemas and proud customer of Signature Bank. We are a local family-owned business that is known for free refills on all sizes of popcorn, soft drinks, and ices. With over 9,000 heated recliners in 16 locations, we marry the traditions of the past with today's state-of-the-art technology. Throw in a 30-minute guarantee and an after-movie mint, and you have the perfect night out. As we strive to make every guest our priority, Signature Bank does the same with their customers. The team at Signature Bank is interested in taking my company forward. They have all the resources and solutions of the big banks, but they customize their offerings to meet my business needs. The customer always comes first with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Senior CX Technical Engineer for Active Campaign LLC in Chicago, Illinois. To review escalated tickets to verify bug reports while using internal tools and knowledge of the platform to triage and debug escalated tickets. Requirements: no degree plus 8 years experience in a senior support engineer capacity providing technical customer support. Will also accept a bachelor's degree or foreign equivalent in computer science, engineering plus 6 years experience. Salary range is $110,000 to $126,000 per year. Telecommuting position can be performed anywhere in the United States. Benefits are a standard U.S. benefits, medical, dental, vision, 401k, open PTO, etc. Submit resume to Active Campaign LLC, Christina Rojas, christina.rojas@activecampaign.com. Reference job code SCTEPM. Again, Senior CX Technical Engineer sought for Active Campaign LLC in Chicago, Illinois. Submit resume to christina.rojas@activecampaign.com. Reference job code SCTEPM.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk about what Trump should do with respect to the injunctivitis in the federal courts, as Jonathan Turley calls it. Other such topics relating to POTUS politics with Noah Rothman from National Review at 7:07.
And how bad was Kamala Harris? Well, even Hamas wanted her to win. We'll explain. Today we're going to have sunshine right now. chance of an afternoon thunderstorm, but finally some warm weather, a high of 80 degrees. It is now 7 a.m. WIND Chicago.
A fond farewell. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what Elon Musk will get at the White House today as his tenure ends leading the Department of Government Efficiency, though to Democrats it's good riddance after Musk's controversial work pushing for federal job and spending cuts.
The president says on Truth Social this will be Musk's last day, but not really, because he will always be with us, helping all the way. Doge estimates it has saved about $175 billion, amounting to about a little more than $1,000 per taxpayer. That is far less than Musk's initial target of $2 trillion.
As Fox's Madeline Rivera, the president also posted rants on Truth Social over a trade court ruling blocking many of his tariffs on imports, wondering if the judges were motivated by Trump hatred, calling their decision horrific and damaging to the United States. However, Fox's Jared Halpern reports from the White House.
A federal appeals court is allowing the Trump administration to continue collecting tariffs, putting a lower court ruling on hold that found President Trump exceeded his authority by imposing reciprocal and universal tariffs. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says cabinet officials are in touch with counterparts around the world
to let them know the United States will still be at the negotiating table.
Now to different negotiations trying to stop the war in Gaza. Here's Caroline Leavitt again.
I can confirm that Special Envoy Witkoff and the president submitted a ceasefire proposal to Hamas that Israel backed and supported.
Hamas is now reviewing that proposal to reportedly stop Israel's attack for 60 days in exchange for 10 more hostage releases. It's now 2 weeks for 2 escaped prisoners still on the run after breaking out of a New Orleans jail with 8 others who have been captured. In Arkansas, it's day 6 of the manhunt for Grant Hardin, a convicted rapist and killer who broke out of a prison Sunday.
Hardin wore a fake uniform, tricking a corrections officer into opening a secured gate. Well, wanted posters, they are up everywhere. People in the area on edge.
Fox's Brooke Taylor in Gateway, Arkansas, where Hardin used to be the police chief. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 59 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560. The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. State lawmakers are debating separate bills designed to overhaul public transit in the state to cover a large budget deficit next year. State Senator Ram Villavilam says that the goal is to ease funding for the system for decades to come.
Because we know that if we don't do this, it's been laid out, 40% cuts to service.
Proposed ways to boost revenue include new tolls on suburban drivers, a rideshare tax, and fees for charging electric vehicles. Transit officials say they need $771 million next year and sustainable funding of $1.5 billion a year to keep Chicago Transit Authority, Metra, and PACE operating without massive cuts. The push to address mass transit funding comes as lawmakers face a deadline tomorrow to approve a spending plan for the budget year that begins July 1st. The Chicago Board of Education is renewing the contracts of 16 charter schools set to expire at the end of June. The board voted yesterday to renew the contracts after revising the evaluation period to assess schools. The charter school renewal process usually takes place in January or February. This year's was delayed due to the hybrid elected and appointed board members taking their seats earlier this year. News is a service of Air Right Heating and Cooling, offering AM 560 listeners $56 off of any service, including inspections. Don't wait for a heat wave for that old air conditioner to break down. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. I check the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Your home is a valuable asset, and you want to take care of your home. From roofs, siding, windows, and doors to furnaces, flooring, landscaping, and much more. Listen to your go-to for all things home. It's Home Answers Radio every Sunday morning at 9. Presented by Lang Home Medical Equipment, Valdecast Windows and Doors, and by JeffBuysYourHouse.com. Get answers from industry experts so you can make informed decisions about your home improvement. Right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Come on with this, people. Move it!
Did you really think you could make that company deliver yourself?
Oh, I cannot handle any more traffic.
You could be getting much more done at your place of business.
I've wasted 45 minutes and now this place is gonna close.
Time is money. Let Quick Delivery Service take on the traffic hassle for you. They'll deliver almost anything, from large pallets of materials to important documents, or both. No forms, no labels, no scanning. Just tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going, they'll pick it up, and get it to your destination quickly. Your cargo delivery is tracked in real time with GPS. Notifications are delivered right to your inbox. Visit QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. Or you can deliver like this.
Seriously, another train?
Or get your delivery there on time with QuickDelivery.com. Or call 847-534-2244. 847-534-2244.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Is Cialis Daily really better than Viagra?
If you like spontaneity, the answer is yes. So when the mood strikes, you're ready to go.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
When you take it, you're ready to go. Does Cialis Daily last longer than Viagra?
Guys are raving that the results last even longer.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
Because it is effective,
I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Are 30-day sample packs available?
You can now access a 30-day sample pack at TryRexMD.com with generics if appropriate. Online approval at TryRexMD.com is simple, with medication delivered direct to your door. There's no copay, no doctor office visit, and your shipping is always free. Visit TryRexMD.com to get your sample pack. That's TryRexMD.com.
Spring is here. It's time to get outside and enjoy the beautiful weather in a brand new scooter from Mars Medical in New Lenox. Come see and test drive their full collection of new and used power mobility devices for sale. Mars Medical carries full and travel size scooters from Pride Mobility and Golden Technologies. Inventory is moving out daily, so don't hesitate to pick out your new scooter today. And don't forget, Mars Medical also has lightweight and compact transport wheelchairs available for sale or rental use for those day trips to the zoo or to the park. Some units weigh as little as 19 pounds. Or improve your outdoor activities this spring with a Rollator walker. Mars Medical has over 7 models of Rollator walkers on the floor for purchase. Make this spring one to remember on the north side of Route 30 between Cedar and Vine Road in New Lenox, or go to MarsMedicalSupply.com. Mars Medical, customer care that is out of this world.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 17 minutes. Outbound, 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 17 minutes. Outbound, 19 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 27 minutes. Outbound, 22 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 27 minutes. Outbound is about 17 minutes. Traffic is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield, PPO, or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more and check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Partly sunny, breezy this afternoon. Thunderstorm could bring some damaging wind, high near 80. Evening thunderstorm tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, though 51. Sunny, not as warm. Nice day tomorrow. Wildfire smoke causing some haze, and the high tomorrow, 68. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Health Quest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. Saturday mornings at 11. Visit healthquestradio.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. This was an interesting perspective from former Israeli hostage Omer Tov, held by Hamas after the October 7th terrorist attack. What apparently Hamas terrorists communicated to him about last year's election in this country, and who would best serve their interests. Take a listen.
Yes, it's him. He got me out. He got the hostages out. Before, we felt like nothing is happening, you know? And I remember ever since he came into the road, they were very scared of him. Yeah, they wanted...
Who?
Terrorists.
We're afraid of Trump.
Yeah, they wanted Kamala to be chosen, to be elected.
You talked politics with them?
Yeah. They wanted Kamala to be elected. But as soon as Donald Trump was elected, they understood that he wants to bring the hostages back home. Yeah. So immediately the way they treated me changed. So if it's the amount of food, I could say this, that when Trump became president, yeah, the way they treated us changed for me personally. This is what I
think
felt.
because they anticipated that a deal would come soon.
Yeah.
And that's when they started giving you more food.
Exactly. More food, treated me better, you know, stopped cursing me, stopped spitting on me.
They were spitting and cursing?
Yeah.
Were they beating you?
No, never. I was never, except the 7th of October, I was never abused physically. But I think it's because the way I managed around
the relationship.
Yeah.
He was held hostage for 500 days, so he has more than a little perspective on how the treatment changed. For more on this and other matters, please be joined by Noah Rothman, senior writer at National Review, author of The Rise of the New Puritans, Fighting Back Against Progressives' War on Fun. Noah, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
The testimony, if you will, of Omar Tov, was that surprising to you?
You know, sometimes foreign actors, foreign leaders, non-state actors like terrorists can have a pretty thumbless grasp of domestic American politics. Sounds like these Hamas terrorists do, however, have at least their finger on that end of the pulse.
Mm-hmm.
Insofar as they knew who was going to be the tougher party. At least during the campaign, it was pretty clear that there was an uncompromising position that was struck by Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, and by contrast, Joe Biden, Tim Walz, Kamala Harris adopted a much more conciliatory posture towards Iran being the primary sponsor of Hamas, among other terrorist proxies in the region, and really quite mistrustful of the Netanyahu government. That was a reasonable consideration to make in the 2024 campaign. Subsequently, however, the president has promised a lot of threats. You know, he's promised that all hell will break loose in the absence of a negotiated deal for the release of the hostages. We haven't seen all hell break loose. In fact, we saw the president negotiate a deal with Hamas on the side for Eitan Alexander, leaving Israeli hostages continually still in Hamas's hands. So while the Hamas terrorists were, right to be concerned about what Trump administration would look like in terms of their own security, so far they seem to have assumed the worst-case scenario that has not occurred.
Well, it's certainly a worst-case scenario, if not the worst-case scenario, as you say, and that just even includes, I should say, what's happening domestically with pro-Hamas undergrads in Ivy League schools and elsewhere, right? I mean, that those messages get sent around the globe too. The president's trip to the Middle East and the effort to establish closer ties between some Islamic theocracies in the United States, all of that has to be factored in too. I assume at the leadership level, these are not completely unsophisticated people.
Yeah, no, they're not, but they're also, and that's why I'm worried that because they are sophisticated people, that they're going to start seeing these signals. Look, the administration, since it's taken office, has it started off pretty strong when it comes to meeting the measure of the rhetoric that it struck in 2024. And since then, we've seen the president halt the strikes on Houthis, another Iranian proxy terrorist group, which I suspect, no one's confirmed, but I suspect has a lot to do with the effort to ingratiate itself to Tehran amid an attempt to renegotiate something like a JCPOA 2.0, an Iran nuclear deal. Mm-hmm. And when I'm terrified that the administration will ink something like an interim deal, which is what the Iranian side wants. They want to keep enriching uranium. At least they want to keep their uranium enrichment capacity, their ability to restart these things, which is exactly what the JCPOA did. Look past their terrorism, look past their ballistic missile programs, and just get to an interim deal so we can call it a deal. It's deal, quad deal, deal for deal's sake. That's what I'm scared of. And I think the Hamas terrorists, Hezbollah terrorists, Houthi terrorists, the Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria, et cetera, all of them are looking to those negotiations to see what their future is going to look like and whether they have to look over their shoulder for an American drone overhead. All of that hinges on what these Iran talks deliver.
On another matter, domestic issues and the full range of them that are being slowed down by federal district courts. Although, and there is the expectation the Supreme Court is going to weigh in on this matter in the near term. But do you think that the Trump administration has been playing it maybe more aggressively than some would, but generally speaking, right, including despite the caterwauling about the injunctivitis, as Jonathan Turley calls it, at the federal court level. You're also saying, I'm going to abide court rulings. I've been abiding court rulings. We're litigating these issues in court. We get an injunction here and we get relief there, just like we saw this week with the tariff matter. So what is your handle on how the Trump administration has been dealing with a lot of politicians in robes that clearly could have been, that clearly was likely anticipated?
Yeah, it's sort of a case-by-case basis for me. I'm not a lawyer. I didn't go to law school, so I can't really weigh in on the individual merits of some of these cases. But in broad strokes, the administration has taken a hostile posture towards the concept of nationwide injunctions, that district judges have this capacity to enjoin for the entire country. What a litigant wants to see happen just for them. Now, so that's problematic, right? And we all understand why it's problematic that these judges have so much power and so much authority that isn't necessarily granted to them constitutionally. However,
even Elena Kagan, sorry to interrupt, but even Elena Kagan used to realize that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, and the roles switch whenever the party in power in Washington switches too. However, there is a case to say that if something gets an injunction and something is unconstitutional and needs to be prohibited for one litigant's case, then you say, well, every person in the country, if this affects every person in the country, they all have to bring their own individual cases too in order to seek the same relief that this plaintiff got. That doesn't make a lot of sense either. So I can see both sides of the case. When I get down into specifics, like what are we talking about now? We're talking about the tariffs, right? So this unanimous decision, there were two decisions. We'll just take this one unanimous decision by specifically a trade court. I think the merits of that case look good to me. They look pretty solid, but I'm not entirely sure that I'm right there because Congress has delegated so much authority to the president when it comes to trade. There are folks that I trust a lot, like Jack Goldsmith, who says that, I'm not sure that this will hold up when appellate courts and the Supreme Court, which is likely going to have to take up this issue, if the decision that this lower court reached is going to hold, just by virtue of the fact that Congress has formally delegated so much of this power, it really hinges on the fact that is there an emergency? Can we say for sure that this is a national emergency that requires dramatic intervention by the president? And I think that is what courts have to clear up, and it has to be cleared up for everybody. Both parties, presidents of both parties now have attempted to govern by emergency, where emergencies do not exist. It is an ideological construct, and that's not something that is sustainable. I do think courts will have to weigh in there because Congress is inert. Traditionally, Congress should be the one to adjudicate this, but they're just not doing the job. Well,
this is exactly, we were having this conversation earlier in the show, and this is what I think in part Trump is doing, whether it's, an indirect benefit or was intended explicitly, which is to reanimate the three branches of government. Congress, you're not allowed to export power that resides with you to the executive because you don't want to do something because it could be politically tricky for you to do it. Courts, you're not allowed to, go this far to, again, subsume powers that other branches clearly have that you wish they didn't or you wish they were using differently. And so to some extent, he is animating all of these debates and forcing the hands of all three branches of government to to judiciously use the powers that are conferred to them in the Constitution, and also bringing the country along in these sort of policy conversations, even with respect to, say, birthright citizenship, where there are very intelligent legal scholars who disagree on the meaning of the clause in the 14th Amendment. I mean, these are the sorts of discussions we should be having. This is the sort of pressure that should be put on all three branches of government to carry out their duties.
I absolutely agree with that. I don't know if the courts would be as activist as they have been over the course of the Trump administration, and even the Biden administration, you could say, if Congress was not as derelict as it is in providing guidance to these courts about what the statutes say, what the law says, and how the executive should be interpreting it. I'm on the right. I'm a conservative. I'm very suspicious of centralized power. But one of the things that I thought was probably good about the executive branch's efforts to reclaim Article 2 powers, it's just trying to take as much power back from the courts, from the Congress, from executive agencies as it possibly can, which is what the founders would have expected to see from a jealous steward of their own power. This is the whole goal here of the separation of powers, is to have ambition check ambition. And we just have a Congress that has lacked the kind of ambition that the founders anticipated they would see from somebody who wants to have power in Washington. Lawmakers just don't want that kind of power, which is kind of weird. But one of the things that I thought might be good about this, for example, the administration challenging the existence of independent agencies within the federal government, like is the president the boss of the federal government or not, is the central question there. And Congress has delegated a lot of this power to, say, inspectors general, right? Every agency has an inspector general, which oversees its work, creates Congress, reports for Congress, which Congress is supposed to do something with. But the Trump administration is saying, no, there's no such thing as independent agencies. We shouldn't have independent agencies. Everything should be an arm of the presidency. Fine, I'm suspicious of that as a conservative. However, that should, in theory, light a fire under Congress to do its job. Its job is to perform oversight. It's not the executive branch's job to perform oversight of the executive branch. That's
right.
The legislative branch's job.
Right.
And these sort of things where we rebalance power could ultimately be salutary.
Absolutely. And the Congress, instead of celebrating Doge, for example, and all that Doge uncovered, they should be apologizing to the American people for not doing the oversight that should have been done, such that this would have been known and rooted out long ago.
Yeah, but the Doge saga just tells you how dysfunctional everything is.
Well, yeah.
And today's Elon Musk's last day. But do you think he'll still have, a dog in this fight? Like he'll still be consulting President Trump and others?
Well, I don't know. I think so. I think he maintains pretty good standing in a personal way with the president. But it really wasn't long into Elon Musk's tenure that he became the central figure in Doge, and his personality and his persona became the whole Doge enterprise, which really did scuttle the project. There was a lot of promise there initially. You had a bunch of Democrats at the outset of this administration, right before the inauguration. Josh Gottheimer, Richard Torres, a handful of others, Ro Khanna, some iconoclasts within the Democratic caucus who were like, yeah, we got to get on board with this thing. We got to get smaller government. I'm not, small doses, sure.
But then what happened, Noah Rothman?
That was supplication, right? That was a gesture of defeat because they recognized their own defeat.
Yeah, but
Elon Musk's personality became the central figure, and Democrats couldn't stop talking about him because it was the only way to get traction with voters after Trump's victory.
Yeah, but it was also, that I hardly took that as a good faith, a statement made in good faith. This was like we have to pretend we're against waste, fraud, and abuse until we can figure a way out of it.
Right, precisely. But that's an acknowledgement of our own shared reality, right? And our shared reality was Republicans were victorious and Democrats were driven before them. We hear the lamentations of their women. It was the sort of thing that we could actually, Republicans could really enjoy and take stock of and force them to wallow in their own sense of defeat and acknowledge what brought them there. But it was, you can overstate it, and I don't want to overstate it, but to a certain extent, Elon Musk's provocative behavior online and elsewhere gave Democrats a new lease on life. All of a sudden, his polls plummeted, and Democrats couldn't stop talking about Elon Musk because it was the only way to get traction, and it was successful.
Well, they still have a dude problem, and they're spending $20 million to try and fix it with the midterms coming up.
Yeah, but the Doge thing, the Doge thing, the problem that Elon Musk ran into, as we see playing out in the big beautiful bill, is all the spendthrift Republicans in Congress. I mean, they were made statements in support of Doge that were almost as disingenuous as Ro Khanna's.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that. Listen, it's not like the great thing about Doge, and I've said this a bunch, the great thing about Doge is that it scandalized, and Elon Musk deserves a lot of credit for this too, it scandalized Republicans in Washington and Republican voters around the sort of excesses, the overspending, the wasteful spending, and the misuse and fraud in government that the Government Accountability Office identifies every year, that conservative think tanks identify every year. It made it into a cause célèbre. And it got a lot of heat under it in a way that, stayed and dried reports from an actuarial assumption just don't have that power. In that sense, it was great. But it didn't go anywhere. Didn't do anything. The rescission cuts that we're getting from Doge that are going to be sent to Congress, which may or may not even implement them, most of them they're not meaningful spending cuts. They're the sort of thing that Republicans have wanted to do for a long time, that I've wanted to do for a long time, things like defund NPR and PBS. Good. But that's not going to make a dent in the federal budget deficit. I mean, we shouldn't even pretend otherwise. If we're not going to be talking about entitlement reforms, which are the drivers of our debt, then we're not going to be talking about to bring down the debt. Just point of fact.
Right. Now, do we have time for another question? Looking forward to the GOP midterms. What's the GOP's strategy, I should say, heading into the 2026 midterms?
Well, so we got a report from Axios the other day, which seems to suggest that the campaign is just going to the Republicans are just going to put all their eggs in Trump's basket. Trump is going to dissuade incumbents from retiring or seeking higher office. Trump is going to help select candidates for open seats. Trump is going to raise money. Trump's PAC are going to spend money. It's a Trump-centric phenomenon. And, that makes sense because you go to war with the army you've got. I mean, this party orbits around Donald Trump. He is the most central figure. He's the most popular figure. And he's the most influential figure. So it doesn't make any sense to try to avoid that fact. Problem is that Donald Trump is going to be around forever. Maybe even if Republicans are able to evade the traditional headwinds that you would experience as a party in control of government in your first midterm election, even if Democrats have such a bad odor around them, even then that they just underperform in the midterms, Donald Trump's not going to be around in 2028. The Republican Party will need to have a uniform theory of itself, a unified identity that it can replicate independently of Donald Trump. You've seen a lot of people try to do the Trump shtick, and they just don't do it well. I mean, the president really has locked down his own persona, his affectation. And I just don't think it serves anybody well to attempt to mimic that. They just come off as false and insincere. And so far, the Republican Party has done pretty well around Trump as Trump. But Trump is a unique phenomenon, and is uniquely able to pull off the kind of affectation that he manages to project out there, and which has done very well for him, especially among the cohort that you mentioned, Amy, the young men. Right. That's the sort of thing that I don't know if J.D. Vance can do that. Does J.D. Vance have that sort of appeal among the demo that you're talking about? Young men who, get their news from independent sources, who watch, low culture stuff like wrestling. That's a sort of nucleus of Donald Trump's support, right? That's what got him to where he is today. And is anybody in the Republican Party capable of appealing to that demographic? And this is really the wine track, right? J.D. Vance is the wine track who's trying to appeal to a particular type of voter who's more of a beer track type. And I just don't think it comes off as genuine and sincere. I'm not saying he can't pull it off. I just don't see it as being as sincere as what Donald Trump does.
Yeah, we were just talking before you joined us about, it's very celebratory about all the gains that were made by Republicans among even Rui Toucher writing about the 46-point move among self-identified moderate Hispanics, about Latino voters and black voters and young men, all these. But it's very celebratory, but it's also very much, to me, transactional, cult of personality, sort of a black swan event, and there's no indication that is necessarily locked in, and so there needs to be real thought given to making overtures to build upon what Trump has gained, and I just think that there's sort of a lethargy with respect to that recognition among many on the right.
And the worst thing that could happen is if that transactionalism becomes evident. It becomes obviously apparent in the appeals by non-Trump Republicans to these demographics that warmed to the Trump style of the new GOP. right? If they begin to sense that they're being worked over, that they're being used, right, for political gain, it's going to reverse itself and really quickly, and it'll be accompanied by a lot of resentment about the degree to which they have been used. It's a risky situation.
Noah Rothman, senior writer at National Review, author of The Rise of the New Puritans, Fighting Back Against Progressives' War on Fun. Noah, thanks as always.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Does your garage floor look bad, cracked, or stained from Chicago's brutal winters? Contact my good friends at Level 10 Coatings. Level 10 brought my garage floor from dirty, gross, to showroom shiny new in just one day. Level 10 Coatings can do the same for you. A quick and easy fix, gleaming permanent solution. Guaranteed to never crack or chip. Mention me, Amy, for $500 off. Get it done now so you can enjoy your garage all summer long. Level 10 uses polyurea, which is superior to epoxy. One day and they're gone. They'll even help move your stuff out of your garage. Schedule your free quote today and mention Amy to receive $500 off. Just visit level10coatings.com. Level10coatings.com or call 855-510-2628. Again, that's 855-510-2628. Level 10 Coatings, your premier concrete coating experts.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
AM 560. The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
In studio, we have our friend Chris Clem, that is, retired Chief Patrol Agent for ICE, HHS advisor to Trump 2.0. He's in town for Mike Ditka's Gridiron Greats Hall of Fame Gala, and we're going to talk to him about border security at 7:37.
Can't wait. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 59 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Officials across a large swath of the country are warning about smoke due to the wildfires in Canada.
Parts of Canada are under a state of emergency due to raging wildfires, and the smoke is headed to the central U.S. The smoke is expected in parts of North Dakota, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan. It could continue across the country into the Carolinas by tomorrow. Experts say that residents with respiratory conditions, older adults, and children should be mindful of poor air quality in their area. If residents see or smell smoke, they should stay inside or limit strenuous outdoor activity. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A 13-year-old from Texas is the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee champion.
You are the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee champion.
Faizan Zaki's winning word came in round 21 when he correctly spelled éclaircissement, which means the clearing up of something obscure or enlightenment. The 7th grader was runner-up in last year's competition and returned for gold this year, going home with $50,000 and the Scripps Cup. Meantime, a 14-year-old from Texas finished in second, while an 11-year-old from Georgia, the youngest finalist, finished third. A Long Islander finished fourth, and a New Jersey student finished fifth. I'm Natalie Migliori, NBC News Radio.
News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield, PPO, or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more and check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Hugh Hewitt always has the biggest guests.
I've seen you talk about
Trump derangement syndrome and do so with humor. But it's getting worse. What is it about you that deranges them so much?
Well, I win. You know, they were losing for so long. They're losers. But I win. And when I win, it drives people crazy, and I win a lot.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Hey, let me tell you about our age analysis assessment. It takes just a few seconds to scan for those advanced glycated end products that cause premature aging. And then we'll briefly go over your results and give you a few things for you to do to improve. And then we'll retest you in about 60 days. And you'll pay our special low price for your first assessment, and I'll pay for your second one. That's right. Your follow-up age analysis assessment is on me. And we're going to compare your biologic age with your chronologic age, and then we're going to help you determine if your biologic age is on par with your chronologic age. But you got to make that call today, not tomorrow, but today. It's our Health Quest radio hotline, 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855. Second assessment free if you make that call right now. 800-794-1855. It's Health Quest Radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, Saturday mornings at 11.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-775-6868. 800-775-6868. Again, that's 800-775-6868.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find it in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 20 minutes. Outbound, about 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne interchange, 32 minutes. Outbound, 28 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 34 minutes. Outbound, about 23 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 38 minutes. Outbound, about 23 minutes. This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Hurry into DQ for their sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets with flavor from the top, bottom, and everywhere in between. Try them today in Honey Barbecue or New Buffalo. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating Dairy Queen locations. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Partly sunny, breezy this afternoon. Thunderstorm in the area. Could see some damaging wind. The high today 80. Evening thunderstorm tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 51. Sunny, not as warm tomorrow. Pleasant day. Some wildfire smoke causing some haze. The high at 68. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Want to update the case that we talked about a bit last week of Caitlin Weaver, Aurora, Colorado. Maybe it was even this week. You know, the days run together. 24-year-old Caitlin Weaver, of Aurora, Colorado, who was killed by a person in this country illegally. Her dad went public, making an appeal in the case because of how badly it was handled by local authorities in Arapahoe County, Colorado. You'll remember.
She really spent her life wanting to help people.
John Weaver says his daughter Caitlin was a born caregiver, protective and supportive of siblings and strangers alike. A psychology major, she worked for a suicide hotline before taking a job at a drug rehab center in Aurora. It was there, her dad says, she found her calling in life.
She was really trying to make a difference in their lives every day.
It was after one of those days last July, as she drove home, her boyfriend on speaker, a nearby Ring camera recording. Caitlin Weaver was killed by a Jeep barreling through a residential neighborhood, the speed limit 45. The driver, investigators say, was doing more than 90.
She didn't even see him coming. That's how fast he was going. She was effectively killed instantly.
Michelle and John Weaver removed their daughter from life support 2 days later.
How do you fathom that loss?
She was 24. The suspect, who had kids in the car with him, was 15. He was not only driving illegally, he was in the country illegally.
DA's office said that this would be a no plea deal case, so they were not going to offer any concession.
That changed, he says, when the Arapahoe County District Attorney's Office changed hands a few months later. Under DA Amy Padden, the teen, who faced up to 2 years in youth corrections for vehicular homicide, was offered 2 years probation if he pled guilty.
Why the change? If he had taken a firearm and recklessly just shot it and killed somebody, this would be a different case. They would be pushing it completely different. So there's no deterrence.
No financial liability either, despite nearly $1 million in medical bills. The Jeep was uninsured, and the juvenile's mom says he took it without permission, so she isn't responsible either.
Immigration and the criminal justice system and all these things landed together one day in Aurora, and now I sit here today without a daughter.
An organ donor, Caitlin Weaver, continues to live on in others, while the person who killed her lives free. Investigators say his mom initially planned to move him back to Colombia. He has now filed for asylum.
I hope that he makes something of himself and that he remembers the chance he got.
Mr. Weaver is more considerate than I would be in those circumstances. Well, here's the update to the story. It's a positive one, and it highlights the difference between the administrations. U.S. and Customs Enforcement, Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested the 16-year-old criminal alien from Colombia in Aurora, Colorado. And as part of this, they're moving to deport him. Well, so his mom doesn't need to move him back now because ICE is going to move him back. The Trump administration is going to move him back. Part of its routine operations, ICE arrests aliens who commit crimes and other individuals who violated our nation's immigration laws, and so on and so forth. So this is the difference. Yeah, I mean, it's some measure of justice for a family that experienced a loss they should not have experienced. For more on this and other border security-related matters, Chris Clem, former HHS advisor and retired chief patrol agent for ICE, joins us in studio. He's in town for Mike Ditka's Gridiron Greats Hall of Fame Gala Dinner. We'll talk about that as well. Chris, thanks for being with us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here in studio with you both.
So we talked to you about this before, but I mean, just that piece of it of, the federal law enforcement like ICE paying attention to the stories that pour in from around the country still, because so many people are still here illegally. So many people who pose public safety threats are still here illegally, despite the best and ongoing efforts of Tom Homan and company. But this is really what we're talking about. This case, the Trump administration couldn't prevent what happened, but they can provide some measure of justice and ensure it doesn't happen again at the hands of people who shouldn't be here, and that's what they're doing.
Right. Illegal immigration for decades has been talked to about, especially by the left, as a victimless crime, and it's just immigration. Here's an example of where somebody in the country illegally took a life. Whether it was an accident or not, but when you're doing 90 miles an hour with kids in the car and you kill somebody, that's my heart was breaking listening to the father on as we came on air here. Unfortunately, this happens all across the country on a regular basis, and we don't hear about it unless somebody raises that voice. And this administration, from the president to the attorney general to the secretaries to the border czar and everybody in between, are really highlighting these things because Americans need to know this. President Trump ran on cleaning up immigration, illegal immigration, and border security. I mean, think about the three big pillars was securing the border, and he's done that. The immediate crisis has ended.
Yeah.
He's done the interior enforcement. You're seeing that with the public safety and national security threats. And then one of the things I was working on was addressing the child trafficking issues that were complicit under the last administration. So, so when you hear these stories of ICE going in there and getting this 16-year-old, it's good. It's good to get that person in handcuffs and in removal proceedings, not some bogus fake asylum claim. Because you know what? His asylum should be from Americans.
Right.
He needs, because he killed one of ours.
Yes.
He can go back to Colombia.
So then the case of Ava Moore, beautiful black young woman, 18 years old, got into the Air Force Academy, out kayaking, was killed by two of this Venezuelan hit and run jet ski accident. They're on the lam for 2 days. They, hit other cars on the way out of the park. What's going to happen to them? Because Governor Abbott wants to give them the death penalty, which I think, I'm all for capital punishment, but Dan's not. He's against it, but that's fine. But what's going to happen to them? So will they serve their sentence and then be deported, or what are we going to do with them?
So typically, obviously you have federal supremacy, so the feds can come in and take over the case. But what we like to do, and what we did and continue to do, is let the state charges run its course, right? So we get the conviction, because once they have that conviction, it makes the federal removal process that much easier, because you are now a convicted felon, and if they serve time in state penitentiary or whatever, then ICE can go, and Texas is a cooperative state.
Yes.
So ICE will pick them up from jail and get them immediately removed, because the process will play out that way. That's the beauty of ICE detainers and why we need to end sanctuary policies. If you have a criminal who has been convicted or charged and is serving time, let's make that transfer in a jail, in a Sally Port, in a secure area to the ICE officials, so they can do the removal process, not let them go and make us chase again.
Yeah,
So
Joe Arpaio from Maricopa County, the sheriff, he had the ICE division right in front of the Maricopa County jail. So as soon as they walked out, boom, they grabbed them.
Cooperative policies are safe and effective and efficient and save us money and reduce the risk to the community when you let a convicted, criminal that's illegally here in the United States back on the streets because of political reasons. We absolutely have to get that right. And I love it when I hear statements from Attorney General Pam Bondi and Secretary Noem and Tom Homan and Stephen Miller from the White House saying, we're going after these sanctuary cities. We're going to end these policies. And of course, they immediately, and how do you do that? Pocketbook. We're going to restrict fundings. And then, of course, we have the judicial coups that come up, and then they get these injunctions and lawsuits, which is, causing, it's all by design from the progressives, right? To throw every roadblock you can into the way, because everything Trump is doing, whether people react emotionally what he's doing, but if you follow the steps and you go back from day one, executive order, putting this act in place, all of these things are done legally. It's just that the irrational, emotional left and some of these, progressive judges are not thinking factually. They're thinking emotionally and saying, oh, we got to stop that. And that is hurting the American people. Again, everybody on social media and then becomes a lawyer, becomes an expert in tariffs to court rulings. This administration is doing everything that it was put in office to do when it comes down to immigration enforcement. And they want to clean the slate so we can actually shore up that immigration practice and policy so we can bring the best and brightest and those that can actually help America, not do these type of things that are harming Americans.
Well, and the antics of members of Congress, too, from LaMonica McIver in New Jersey to the overheated rhetoric. AOC recently reiterated her call to abolish ICE. I mean, it's rather remarkable. Jasmine Crockett, the social specialist, Jasmine Crockett is saying, she's being targeted. It's a dangerous thing. They're threatening to arrest her and so on and so forth. And all these Democrat members of Congress want to do is do their oversight abilities. They want access to ICE detention centers, which, as far as I've heard, they're happy to abide. But, you can't just do a surprise visit. You just have to call and say, well, we want to look at what's going on in that facility, and then show up, and they'll let you tour the facility. And it's funny, too, on that score, because this is one of the things they're saying, they're being prevented. From May of 2021, the Biden administration denied a group of 12 Republican lawmakers access to a DEA migrant facility in El Paso. GOP members were restricted from entering the El Paso Intelligence Center despite making multiple attempts. And they leveled the charge against the Biden administration that now the Democrats are leveling erroneously against the Trump administration.
Look, I dealt with this firsthand as the chief in Yuma, as the deputy chief in El Paso. I can tell you this. When I was the chief in Yuma and we were ground zero for the border crisis, I had 2 Democrats show up to my sector. One was Senator Mark Kelly, and one was Senator Gary Peters, because he was down there at the Yuma Proving Grounds and the Marine Corps Air Station, and he added that trip. So I was glad that they came down there. Not that I got anything out of those 2 senators, but they came down there. But no other Democrat congressional delegation came down to see what was going on firsthand. Why is that? Oh, because it was the Biden administration. But the last 2 years of Trump 45, when I was the deputy chief in El Paso and the majority became the Democrats, I couldn't move a day or go 100 yards without tripping over a Democratic congressional delegation to come down there and point fingers. To even include Dick Durbin down there to, I got a great story about that guy coming down there. We were separating what we thought were fraudulent families. Like we had because El Paso was busy. And if we saw or had documents or something that wasn't right, that this may be a trafficking situation or a fraudulent family, we show them the process of people coming in, and we're like, well, we just move these into the bullpen. And we wait for ICE to come in and do the investigation. Bullpen? I go, yeah, just put them in the bullpen. He's like, that's a little dehumanizing, putting a call. And I was like, well, it's baseball, a bullpen. It's just terminology.
Yeah.
Like, and so I told the guy giving the tour, I said, well, please don't use the word bullpen in front of Senator Durbin.
A green room, or something.
Yeah, I mean,
fluffy and
thank goodness. Listen to your audience and those that are voting here in the state of Illinois. We got to get somebody in that position that's not thinking that a bullpen could be. This was about criminal human trafficking and family fraud, and he was worried that we were using the term bullpen. That's who is representing
that's the
people.
Democratic Party.
Well, that's and Saca Durbin,
it was ridiculous. But back to the point is, remember, it was the time when AOC came down there and claimed we were forcing them to drink out of toilets and all that kind of stuff. All that happened while I was there. They're laughable because they're so hypocritical on all this immigration. And I'm glad that we have an administration and I don't like calling them talking heads, but the ones that are talking on behalf, when you look at the Attorney General, the secretaries, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, they're calling them out on this nonsense. And somebody who was behind the scenes for the first 100 days of the Trump administration, let me tell you, be very proud of what they're doing. There are people in the National Security Council, Homeland Security Council, that are on calls. I was part of that 6 days a week, sometimes 7. And the amount of energy and synergy going in to execute the mission on behalf of the American people. And I was strictly on the security side of things that I was part of. I wasn't part of the business side of tariffs and all that. But let me just assure you, they are working round the clock to do what's right for the American people. And again, somebody who had spent 27 years working for the government, had a 2-year break and then did it for 100 days. I was impressed. If I didn't have family commitments, I would still be there. They asked me to be there for 100 days or more. I said, I can do 100 days. It's an honor. I'd have done that standing on my head. But really to be behind the scene even further into the administration and to see it play out, it's incredible. And we should be proud of what's happening. Noise aside, it's working.
Yeah, and there's a lot of noise from the Democrats. Their talking point now is that people are disappearing in the middle of the night. There's a sign in front of my church that said, people are disappearing. What are you going to do about it? What's actually going on? And didn't Obama do the same thing in not offering these people due process?
So, yeah, they most of them have their due process. They've been ordered removed, and so that's where the priority was. Remember, going into it through the campaign season, I was out there speaking. I probably spoke on this show, but we were targeting public safety and national security interest and risk, people that have already been in the system. You don't get multiple bites at the apple. You do kind of, but at that point when ICE is coming to look for you. And disappearing people. I mean, we changed vernacular to make it sound so terrifying. UFOs are coming in as disguised as ICE agents and disappearing people. You're crazy. These are criminals that are here illegally, and ICE is doing their job, trying to be less disruptive, but they have to do it in the middle of the night. You know why? Because you've got leaks in the media and politicians that are putting up roadblocks to keep law enforcement from doing their job. These people are going to get that final bite at the apple, but they have to be arrested first when they're running the streets.
All the left knows is demonization.
Yeah.
So these are Pinochet death squads. That's
Yeah.
what they want you to connote. I mean, they're just they're just despicable. I mean, they really are. And in the direction of law enforcement, with all of the victimization of American citizens and, frankly, other people here illegally by violent predators that shouldn't be in this country. I mean, for them to run interference is just, it's the most sickening thing. It really is.
Well, think about this. I mean, what about the people that are still recovering from Hurricane Helene that only got a $750 paycheck? But yet we've got members of Congress flying to El Salvador to see Kilbar, whatever his name is,
Abrego Garcia.
Yeah. To protest him, this Maryland father. No, this illegal alien who is a criminal associated with a gang. And that's, I mean, again, it's the virtue signaling and the gaslighting of the left that has caused this problem, and it only gets worse when they talk. I mean, they're losing more and more ground because I think more and more Americans are getting hip to this.
Thankfully, now it's interesting. We mentioned you're in town for the for Coach's Gridiron Greats Hall of Fame Gala, and actually, it was the immigration issue that sort of connected you to Gridiron Greats.
Yeah. Back during the height of the Biden border crisis, Border Patrol had in 2022, I think the number was 14 suicides, and as the chief, I knew I couldn't change policy out of the White House. All I could do was focus on my sector, and so I had 2 suicides in my sector, and I was like, I got to do something about the mental health and resiliency of our workforce, and I won't say that it was the border crisis that led to those suicides, but it didn't help, right? If they're suffering somewhere else in life and they didn't feel value at work because of the administration. I basically hired some people to come out there and talk about mental health. And that's where we brought Rachel Barbeau and then Randy Grimes, who's a former Tampa Bay Buccaneer, and his story. And Sonia Moschmeyer, who worked with Randy at the time, came out and we had him come talk. And then, a month or two later, we got Brian Urlacher.
Yeah.
Brian, he lives in Arizona, and obviously, we know and love him here, right? Yep. And came out to the border and saw it, and basically,
was he shocked?
Oh, shocked!
Everybody
was shocked. But the message was, when I'm the chief, you're gonna get agents and employees. He's just the company line, right? Because you're the boss. But when you can get somebody like Hall of Fame linebacker like Brian Urlacher to come out there and say, "Thank you, we love you, we support you," and we've been able to do that. I think we've taken 9 or 10 trips since I've retired. Dan Pastorini from the Oilers days,
sure.
A whole laundry list of people. There's been probably a dozen or so players in different areas of Texas and Arizona where we brought them to the border to thank the men and women of the U.S. Border Patrol and let them know that that they're loved by a lot of people. And so that's how this all kind of got started.
And the other thing that was great is that Urlacher went public, too, talking about it, too. So he's a great spokesman for the cause.
Absolutely. And that's basically how I got connected with a lot of the NFL legends as part of this program. And so this is the second year I've been invited to come up here and attend and of course, look, I'm a huge football player fan, right? So to be able to be around these legends is incredible. It's for a good cause because it's really supporting those that I grew up watching that didn't have the $1 trillion contracts, right? That are dealing with medical issues down the road. I tell you, it's great to be around that and exciting. And again, Brian and I went through Super Bowl Radio Row the first year, and he and I on all sorts of different shows, from the Pat McAfee show to radio shows, talking about this, and it really brought attention to a whole other audience that was just whatever. I don't know about this. I just hear it's just a talking
back and not
point,
do
right?
anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Watch our country get invaded.
Yes, absolutely. And there's a lot more out there that get it, and you get the head nods. They can't always do it because or talk about it for whatever reasons. But I think that the momentum is going in the right direction, obviously because we got the Trump administration taking care of it. But to your point, people are waking up and seeing that the nonsense that the left is spewing.
The Hall of Fame dinner's tonight at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Rosemont, 6 p.m. GridironGreats.org/Hall of Fame. Chris Clem, former HHS advisor, retired chief patrol agent, ICE. Chris, thanks so much.
You got it.
It's 8 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Is the trade war with China about to escalate again? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump just posted on Truth Social, so much for being Mr. Nice Guy. After he made a trade deal to lower massive tariffs he says devastated China and put it in grave economic danger. The president wrote in all caps that China has totally violated its agreement with the U.S. Republican Senator Mike Rounds just told Fox Business.
President is correct when he says I'm going to put tariffs on until we get a good, fair trade deal. We want free trade. We want fair trade. But it starts with putting the hammer down.
Now, the day after a federal trade court blocked some of the tariffs on Chinese imports and many other countries, Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence says the appeals court stepped in to put that ruling on hold.
This is a win for the administration. Now, that ruling was stayed until at least June 9th. That's when the briefs can be done for that appeal. Now, this original ruling targeted the heart of President Trump's tariff policy.
And the president called that initial ruling horrific, damaging to the U.S. and a threat to presidential power. This afternoon, President Trump will give Elon Musk a big send-off as the Tesla CEO's tenure ends, leading the Department of Government Efficiency. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells Fox.
Doge is not going to end with Elon. It is a way of thinking about cutting costs.
Doge touts the savings at $175 billion. Musk's initial goal was $1 trillion or more. Democrats called Musk's work out of control and unconstitutional. We just got another inflation update, what's called the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index. And while there was a slight gain last month over March, the annual rate of inflation declined 0.2 down to 2.1%. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is in Singapore at a security forum with American allies in the region.
We're here to engage military to military, country to country. We can't account for whether or not China's here or not.
One topic being discussed there is Russia's war. Ukraine says it's ready to resume direct peace talks with Russia Monday in Turkey. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 63 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Summer-like temperatures are expected in Chicago over the next few days. The National Weather Service says the last weekend in May will be sunny and warm. Today, the temperature is expected to reach around 80 degrees. Tomorrow, a forecast calls for sunny skies at a high of 80, and on Sunday, a high of 82. Chicago officials are alerting the public about water safety as summer approaches. Fire department leaders are urging people to wear a life jacket while boating and never swim alone or at night. They also urged boaters not to drink and drive. Fire officials also reminded the public that Chicago Park District lifeguards are on duty from 11 a.m. until 7 p.m. A city council member is threatening legal action against one of her colleagues, Perry Williams reports.
33rd Ward Alderman Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez accuses 15th Ward Alderman Ray Lopez of linking her to the suspected shooter of 2 Israeli embassy workers in Washington, D.C.
That is a lie. This man has never volunteered. He's not a member of my organization. I have never seen this man at any meetings.
She sent a cease and desist letter to Lopez, who posted on social media that the suspect, Elias Rodriguez, is politically tied to organizations affiliated with Rodriguez Sanchez.
News is a service of Air Right Heating and Cooling, offering AM 560 listeners $56 off of any service, including inspections. Don't wait for a heat wave for that old air conditioner to break down. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes, but now time for the Signature Bank Business Beat.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Stock futures are little changed. The latest court ruling means the Trump administration tariffs will stay in place while the court considers the appeal. Volkswagen says it's holding fair and constructive talks with the U.S. government on tariffs and is considering further massive investments in the U.S. Reports in Germany say CEO Oliver Blume is discussing producing some Audi models in the U.S. Deere & Company tells tells the Wall Street Journal it's looking at various ways to work around tariffs. The farm equipment maker is considering tweaking its supply chain and raising prices, though Deere says once a customer places an order, the company honors that price. Google, a unit of Alphabet, makes its final argument in court today on whether it should be forced to sell its Chrome browser. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosola, invested in you.
Larry Older here. More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179 and tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now. Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
A world without signs. It's hard to imagine. No directions, no branding or identity for businesses. But over 70 years ago, Rhoda was built and has been helping Chicagoland businesses get noticed on the street, on the job site, and on the move. Family owned and fiercely focused on quality, Rhoda delivers custom signs, vehicle wraps, wall graphics, and more with fast lead times and real service. From design to print and fabrication to installation, we handle every step so you don't have to. Whether you need a logo on your building, a message on your fleet, or a bold presence at your next event, Rhoda makes it happen. Check out the possibilities at Rhoda.com. That's ROEDA.com to schedule your consult today. Rhoda.com. Rhoda. Signs, print, service. We don't just make signs. We get you recognized.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Is Cialis Daily really better than Viagra?
If you like spontaneity, the answer is yes. So when the mood strikes, you're ready to go.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
When you take it, you're ready to go. Does Cialis Daily last longer than Viagra?
Guys are raving that the results last even longer.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Are 30-day sample packs available?
You can now access a 30-day sample pack at TryRexMD.com with generics if appropriate. Online approval at TryRexMD.com is simple, with medication delivered direct to your door. There's no copay, no doctor office visit, and your shipping is always free. Visit TryRexMD.com to get your sample pack. That's TryRexMD.com.
Can you afford not to have effective video surveillance? Is your outdoor inventory at risk? Theft and vandalism can hit your bottom line hard. Stop these events before they happen. Monitor your business 24/7 with alarm detection systems. We prevent crime with live operators watching video alerts, ensuring your assets and employees are secure. It's not worth the liability when you can effectively protect what matters most. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143. Spending too much on security guards to patrol your property? With rising crime rates, guards may not be enough. And the cost, it's adding up fast. At Alarm Detection Systems, we offer a more innovative solution. Live video monitoring. Cameras provide extra coverage in even the hardest to reach areas. Unlike guards, they never get intimidated. Our operators watch video alerts in real time, cut costs, increase coverage, and stay secure. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143.
Whaley. From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 16 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 36 minutes. Outbound, 34 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 34 minutes. Outbound, about 19 minutes. On the Stevenson, inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 36 minutes. Outbound, 25 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Burn Interchange, 28 minutes. Outbound is about 11 minutes. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now I check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Partly sunny, breezy this afternoon. Thunderstorm could bring some damaging wind behind near 80. Evening thunderstorm tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 51. Sunny, not as warm, nice day tomorrow. Wildfire smoke causing some haze, and the high tomorrow, 68. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. You've heard the advertisements for this event on our airwaves. Gary Sinise is coming back to town, co-founder of the Steppenwolf Theater.
Lieutenant Dan.
Terrible Forrest Gump impersonation.
All right, well then you try one, boss.
I can't do it like with the Lieutenant Dan. I can only do when he's talking to Jenny.
Yeah, hot Jenny. Yeah.
I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is. Can do that.
All right, you know what? That's good.
Yeah, all right.
The show has redeemed itself.
The United States Army turns 250 years old this year. And Cantini in Wheaton, it's not just a golf course, is planning a months-long celebration this summer, including special exhibits at the 1st Division Museum, programs for families, and the Lieutenant Dan Band. Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band are performing Saturday, July 12th at Cantini Park. Doors open at 2 p.m., and so it's an all-day affair. Opening band is Stolen Silver. They start at 6 o'clock, and then Gary Sinise and Lieutenant Dan Band at 7 o'clock. Tickets are only $50, and you can park right there on site. We
used to sponsor this event. Or one of the sponsors, I should say.
We sponsored a concert series. This is Rockin' for Our Vets, and the sponsor is the West Suburban, is the WSFDV. The WSFDV.
Acronym for something.
The West Suburban Development Foundational Development for Vet. I don't know. We'll have to have this
I shouldn't have put you on the spot.
acronym sussed out for us by Michelle Senator, who's the co-founder and president of the WSFDV and the president of Rockin' for Our Vets. Again, July 12th at Cantini Park. Doors open at 2 o'clock. All-day affair. Tickets only $50. Michelle, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I've got the biggest smile on my face. You two are hilarious.
What is the West Suburban Foundation for DV? What is it?
West Suburban Foundation for Disabled Veterans.
Oh, that seems obvious. We should have known that. Yeah.
That's okay.
Very good. So tell us about how the Rocking for the Vets on July 12th. And I'm sorry you couldn't get Ruga, the gangster disciple that we talked about earlier in the program. But Lieutenant Dan Band's not a bad backup. So tell us about the event.
Well, first of all, thank you two for having me this morning and for your sponsorship for the event. And as you said, you have been a fantastic sponsor for Gary Sinise and Lieutenant Dan Band when he has come to town. And we are just so honored to have him back. And this time around, it's our foundation's 20th anniversary, and we thought what a fantastic way to celebrate it would be with Gary Sinise and Lieutenant Dan Band again. So West Suburban Foundation for Disabled Veterans, we are in partnership with the Gary Sinise Foundation and Cantini, and we are looking forward to Rocking for Our Vets with him. It's going to be an event to completely just highlight our veterans, and in honor of our 20th anniversary, our foundation, our board decided to also recognize 20 community additional veteran charities that support our veterans in the Illinois area. So it's going to be just so exciting, and the energy is building and building. We're also going to have a couple Medal of Honor special guest recipients that will be there. Other special guests, the Shannon Rovers, The famous 99-year-old Chicago bagpipe band will also be part of the event, and we're just looking forward to a really great day. And we're hoping everyone will show up for our vets and let the vets just have an enjoyable day, and also cheer on Gary Sinise for all that he's done for our veterans and first responders.
Yeah. Now, all proceeds will benefit the WSFDV. What is your mission statement? Do you provide housing or other living needs to disabled veterans or counseling?
Well, we provide all of it. So 20 years ago, we had from Wheaton, our foundation started because there was a young man from Wheaton, Warrenville South, Sergeant Joel Gomez, that came home paralyzed from the neck down. And then shortly thereafter, on the other side of the tracks from Wheaton North High School, Lance Corporal Nicholas Larson paid the ultimate sacrifice. So it was at that point when this foundation started and the community rallied, and we built a wheelchair-accessible home for Sergeant Joel Gomez. And he has since passed away in November 22nd, 2022. Our mission statement is to provide housing and other living needs to disabled veterans and their families. So our foundation, because of the word other in the mission statement, we can help veterans in basically every category of life and their family. So when we selected the 20 charities, they will cover almost every social category of need, whether it's homelessness, food, entertainment, even to have just a good time, which that's what this event is really about, giving these veterans a fantastic mental health day just to come and have a great time and salute them.
Yeah, and it's great to remember the veterans from the Chicagoland area and the west suburbs in particular. I remember Staff Sergeant Robert Miller, who Medal of Honor recipient because he was from Wheaton in the same parish that I grew up in, St. Michael's. So it's nice to have this local too, and not just helping disabled veterans locally, but also remembering those who served.
Well, and also to your point as well, this is a huge year, not just for the Army. This year is the Army's 250th birthday, also the Marines' 250th birthday, and the Navy. So we want to also have a special part of our day. We'll be acknowledging those birthdays. There's some special events that will be going on. This is a statewide event. The ticket purchases have been coming from all over the state. And also, one of the Medal of Honor recipients is actually coming from Wisconsin. Gary Sinise is just so beloved by this community, and we are the only concert in the state of Illinois for Gary. So it really is wonderful that he is going to be coming back, and Cantini is the perfect partner, as you said. They have so many things on the Cantini, the Robert McCormick Estate, from the golf to the Museum of the Big Red Ones, First Division, and the gardens themselves. So it's going to be spectacular. We've got Sweet Baby Ray's Catering, Dave Raymond and his family that'll be doing all the vending, all the food for the event, which will be fantastic.
Yeah,
it's going to be delicious, and it's going to be great. It's going to be a really great time.
The pride of Blue Island, Gary Sinise,
that's right.
who was able to overcome his Illinois State University education and be successful in life.
Hey, stop it. So there's a lot of fine actors. Lauria Metcalf, she went to Illinois State too, and some others. Do you think, your eyes?
as part of the sponsorship, do you think like Gary would get me like a guest appearance on CSI? Is that possible, Michelle?
No.
Gary, his home base is now in Tennessee. You probably know, but
you don't want to come back to Illinois. What a surprise!
But he wanted to get out of Hollywood.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
He's so fantastic, as you all know, and his heart is with the veterans and everyone. And like I said, it's just going to be such a real treat to have him and his Lieutenant Dan band here. And I don't know if you all know or not, but I think it'll be fun for him, too, having the Shannon Rovers, because his birthday is on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh,
there you
St.
go.
Patrick's Day, baby.
There you go. All right.
I saw him at the airport a few weeks ago, and I was like, hi!
Gary Sinise?
And I embarrassed myself. Yeah, no, he wasn't flying private. He was actually at the airport.
What airport?
O'Hare.
What was he doing here?
I don't know. I waved to him and said hi, and he smiled. That's all I got out of him.
Why didn't you ask him what he's doing here?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, it'd just be interesting. I know there's some color for the show.
He was on one of those people mover things.
Yeah. All right.
You know, like the golf carts.
Are you sure it was him?
I'm positive it was him. And I think he was on that so he wouldn't get swamped with fans. You know how that is.
All right. Yeah.
Similar.
Yeah. Oh,
you have
yes.
a similar problem
yeah,
when you
that's
walk
why
through
I have
Terminal
to wear my
3.
Groucho Marx glasses when I travel.
So how can people get tickets to the event, Michelle?
So they can get tickets at WSFDV.org. And it's kind of fun, too, because they can get, obviously, tickets for themselves, but they can also purchase tickets to Treat a Vet. And so all of those tickets that are purchased to Treat a Vet, we will be distributing those to the area VFW and American Legion Post, the veterans at those locations. And then they can actually buy blocks of tickets for vets as well. And, of course, we'll still take sponsorships and contributions, donations through the event as well. So WSFDV.org, all the information is there.
Breakthrough Ideas, Jeannie Ives' organization, she's a West Pointer, also a sponsor for Rockin' for Our Vets. Rockin' for Our Vets, again, July 12th is the concert. Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band, the featured act, that they start at 7, but doors open at 2 o'clock. It's an all-day affair. You heard Sweet Baby Ray, so you can enjoy some food and festivities. Maybe stop at Cantini, hit some balls before you go out to the concert. Again, Saturday, July 12th, Michelle Senatore, co-founder and president, the West Suburban Foundation for Disabled Vets, WSFDV.com is the... .org. .org. WSFDV.org is the website. Right. Well, that's why I want to make sure. WSFDV.org is the website to order tickets. Again, Rockin' for Our Vets, July 12th, WSFDV.org for tickets. Michelle Senatore.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Look forward to seeing you there.
All right. And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, they're dedicated to making smiles great again. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get a beautiful dental implant-supported smile. Check if you qualify right now at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at LifeMD.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I'd gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0 at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
If you have high blood pressure, May is your month. Well, let me rephrase that. May is High Blood Pressure Education Month, a time to raise awareness about high blood pressure and stroke prevention. If you or someone close to you has high blood pressure, also known as hypertension, which is a risk factor for heart disease and stroke, here's what you can do to manage it. Eat a healthy diet and maintain a healthy weight. Exercise regularly. Limit alcohol and avoid smoking. Take medications as prescribed and monitor your blood pressure. And something else many have success with, drink 120 Life. Yes, 120 Life, the delicious juice and powdered mix with natural ingredients that's shown to lower blood pressure. Try it yourself risk-free with a 2-week trial pack. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can noticeably lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied. Order now. Visit 120life.com. Use coupon code 560 at checkout.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Bob Chivato, owner of Go Exceed and a customer of Signature Bank. By leveraging AI and machine learning, we provide data management solutions for corporations to save time and money managing their cellular devices. While we rely on machines to help us run our business, we believe personal relationships are essential. This is why we chose Signature Bank. Having a banking partner who understands our background, our business, and our priorities is fundamental to our success. Any bank can provide basic services, but having a bank that you can trust, one that looks out for you and treats your business like its own, that's irreplaceable.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560.
The Answer.
Open mic! Open mic Friday! Call in now! Open mic Friday!
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Yes, that time of the week, Open Mic Friday. Taking your calls, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line with comments, compliments, concerns, criticisms, general crack pottery. We'll take it all, but we begin with turnkey.pro founder David Kolsak, as we do. David?
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Did you happen to see the hearing in late April where Ron Johnson asked some uncomfortable questions about 9/11? Did you see that one? It's this news cycle so fast, I probably missed it. It's not a big deal.
I saw some of it.
To say the least.
Yeah, I remember some of it.
There's this guy named Richard Gage, and you can look him up in a number of places. He's an American architect known for founding the organization called Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, right? Fascinating guy, courageous guy. Anyway, he started this 9/11 Truth organization where he advocates for a reinvestigation into the collapse of the World Trade Center buildings on September 11, 2001. Richard Gage is a licensed architect and a member of the American Institute of Architects. He's got over 30 years of experience in the design and construction of commercial buildings, including steel-framed, fireproof structures like the World Trade Center. His main beef is that Building 7, or World Trade Center Tower 7, was not hit by a plane, and it collapsed solely by fire and impact damage. He's disputing that. And as you can imagine, he's had a hard time gaining traction as he's up against some pretty powerful people. So he just posted on X a snippet of Tucker Carlson's interview with Senator Rob Johnson from Wisconsin. Presumably, he posted this as it bolsters his position. It's about a 17-minute video, but the senator raised the question in the Senate hearing, and I'm paraphrasing here. He said, Building 7 was never hit by a plane. It was some distance away from the ones that were. So why did it fall down in exactly the same fashion as the others fell? And Mike Lawler, someone who was probably a teenager when 9/11 happened, he's a new senator, he accused Johnson of peddling conspiracy theories. That sounds familiar to me, I know. Senator Johnson has brought this subject up for investigation at the behest of many 9/11 families of first responders and victims of that horrific world-changing event. As the senator has gotten into this, he's fascinated by the buildings in free fall on that day. He says the only way that the buildings will fall in that manner instead of toppling over is if all the structural support is taken out from them at the same time. The point is that he's asking the questions that the 9/11 report fails to answer or even address. There's never been a steel-structured building that has ever collapsed because of a fire, ever, especially to a building that was not struck by a plane like the others and was some distance away. And Building 7 was never mentioned in the 9/11 report. Johnson brings up that there were 156 witnesses who testified that they reported hearing explosions before the buildings came down. And there are many legitimate questions that have been swept under the rug. He says that the truth of 9/11 was covered up by the 9/11 Commission, and it was set up to fail. So, I mean, the ash of Building 7 has burned and unburned thermite, which reaches temperatures over 4,000 degrees and is hot enough to melt steel. Jet fuel burns at a quarter of that at about 1,000 degrees. But why was thermite there? It's not commonly used unless you're welding, cutting metal, or doing a controlled demolition. And it works underwater, too, so there's that. The point that the senator makes is that there's no reason to trust the government, and he's in the government. They've lied over and over through the course of history, and now asking these questions is still verboten. It's clear that his eyes are open, and he's focusing on the things where there are legitimate questions without legitimate answers. He's taken up the cause of suffering Americans without answers. Even with COVID, he did that. My take on this and so many other things, they always try to put us against each other, take a party. It's not about the left versus right, and that's been this way for a long time. That's the illusion. The real psyop is convincing the public that we're a 50-50 nation. So when they tell you who won in the election by a hair, you accept it. You think, well, it was close. But what if it wasn't? What if we're actually a 70-30 country? What if most Americans are wide awake or waking up fast? The Democrat popularity is at 21%. That's not a governing majority, not even close. That's a collapsing narrative, just like Building 7. And the elites and the machine knows it. That's why they lie. That's why they divide. Because if we ever realize that we're the majority, game over. And when I say majority, I'm not talking Republican versus Democrat. I'm talking us, the American people versus the machine. Now let's see what happens, I guess. Have a great weekend, guys.
All right. Thank you, David. Anything you want to get to?
Well, Dan Bongino, he used to have a show, Up the Dial, and is now involved in the FBI.
Yeah, like the deputy director.
Like the deputy director, and his office is right next to Kash Patel, and they, come out and speak not too often, but when they do, I always listen in, and he was on Fox and Friends talking about Jeffrey Epstein, and now saying, hey, if you have information about his death, because he says it is definitely a suicide. He said that, come forward, but there's no DNA from anybody else that was in his cell. There's no video. There's only him going in to the cell. So when he was on Fox and Friends, he started getting emotional about how his life has changed. And one woman went up to him and said, we miss you. And he says, I miss me too, because he misses doing his show. And he got a little teary-eyed and he started crying.
I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean, my wife is struggling. I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Kash is there all day. We share it. Our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there he gets in at like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night. I'm in there at 7:30 in the morning. He uses the gym. I work out in my apartment. But I stare at these four walls all day in D.C., by myself, divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but separated, divorced. And it's hard. I mean, we love each other, and it's hard to be apart.
But you're doing some great work. You straighten out the FBI, you moving buildings. There's a lot of change.
I got one more thing.
Yeah, okay. I mean, first of all...
Sacrificing, folks.
First of all, working 13-hour days is something a lot of people do. So, yeah. I don't really... he said he's not a victim. Okay, fine. So then, there are opportunity costs. He obviously had some concept of the job when he took it, and so that's that.
Yeah.
And the whole Epstein thing.
He said on his show for years that Epstein was murdered. And then once you get behind the door and you have to actually look at the evidence,
Yeah.
Things change.
I mean, maybe it's what people suggest. They can only be so honest in those positions and so on and so forth. But, or maybe that's what the evidence would tend one to conclude. Beyond sort of some reasonable doubt, if you will. Thus, no need to continue to maintain the matter as open-ended. Now, in terms of the Epstein files, I'm still waiting for those, and there needs to be some updating by Cash and Bongino about that. But anyway, speaking of Kash Patel, he was on with Bret Baier and had this to say about the impact Comey has had on their workload. This was interesting.
That's James Comey. If he wants to come after me, no problem. I've been living rent-free in that guy's head for years, and that's just a bonus. Do you know how many copycats we've had to investigate as a result of that beachside venture from the former director? Is that right? Do you know how many agents I've had to take offline from chasing down child sex predators, fentanyl traffickers, terrorists? Because everywhere across this country, people are popping up on social media and think that a threat to the life of the President of the United States is a joke and they can do it because he did it? That's what I'm having to deal with every single day. And that's what I'm having to pull my agents and analysts off because he thought it was funny to go out there and make a political statement.
Yeah, he thought it was funny, and he just was so naive. He's such a babe in the woods. He had no idea what 8647 meant, that it would anyway rise to the level of a threat against the president or violence, because he's just offended by the notion. Yeah, Saint James Comey, one of the patron saints of the left, suborning copycat assassination threats. There you go. Take some calls. Bill in Grays Lake.
Guys, I'd love to lighten the mood a little bit and promote another way to torture your mental ability during the day. And I want to promote golf. I think everyone should go and enjoy this weather and golf today like I'm doing in Wisconsin.
Where are you playing?
I have the privilege of playing at Blue Mound Country Club today. And
I got friends at Blue Mound.
It's a Seth Rayner course, same designer as Chicago Golf. It's great.
Seth Rayner didn't design Chicago Golf. Charles McDonald did.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
Seth Rayner's classic. Seth Rayner's classic is Shore Acres.
Oh, is it? I just played Shore Acres in the fall. That's a treat as well.
Look at this guy.
Oh.
Shore Acres, Blue Mound. Look at this. What are you? Bill's and I are living parallel lives. All right, Bill.
Hey, if you ever need a fourth, let me know. In Grays Lake.
Sure. America's guest. All right.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Fairways and greens, Bill. Thanks for the call.
I recently golfed at Oak Park Country Club, and it was fascinating. Well, I had a wonderful caddy. I normally don't have caddies.
Did you break some sort of barrier by?
No, I represented the family well, the station well. I didn't lose any balls. I played respectably. So I just wanted you to know that.
I feel sorry for the caddy.
Oh, he was great.
Was it four women in the group?
Wilmer. No, it was two. It was me and John Garcia and my friend Lissa. So 2 women and a man. Mm-hmm. And we all played very well. John actually played very well.
Really? What did Garcia shoot?
I didn't.
Well, how do you know he played well?
Well, because I watched him. I mean, he wasn't in the fairway a lot, but he was near the fairway.
Yeah, no, that is the indicia of playing well. If you're somewhere in the general vicinity of the fairway, we don't keep score. We sort of have general grades of fair, good, excellent.
How many balls you lost, or I know.
I don't.
Well, it was his first time out, so up for the season, so he didn't want to keep score.
I don't know why my friend from Home State Banks wanted to play in your foursome so badly for the outing.
That's so. You know what? We might beat you. I'm playing very well right now. I changed my swing a little bit. Mm-hmm. Not a little bit, a lot of bit.
But you don't really know because you don't keep score.
Well, the last time I played 9 in St. George at Sand Hollow. I shot a 41, and that was an honest 41.
Come on.
I swear, you wanted me to call my neighbor Earl? Earl and Susan. I'm not kidding you.
You were sweeping 6-footers too, weren't you? I'm on the green, no, automatic 2-putt.
Birdied, parred. I'm not kidding you, and I didn't lose a ball. I didn't move. I didn't even move a ball over an inch. Do you want to call Earl?
Is this a miniature golf course?
It is not.
I don't.
Look at the links course online. Sand Hollow Golf Course. Booyah. Bingo.
No.
Winner Jacobson.
I've seen
loser props.
I've seen your
Let's go.
game. I've seen your game.
No,
Like,
I
you can-
changed my swing.
You
I'm
can
not-
hit no. But the problem is you can hit the ball, but you have no short game because you don't play.
No, my short game's getting better because I've been going to the range.
Mhm.
And my putting is out of control right now.
What
Beautifully.
range? What range?
The range at Sand Hollow in Utah. That's where I've been going.
I don't know. That's suspicious.
Wow, look at you. You should be happy. Aren't we on the same team?
well,
You should be
I'm-
this is good golf. You love and respect the game.
Oh, well, I do, but I'm a little suspicious
You're giving
that
me
there's
the
some
stink eye.
there's some hyperbole.
You know what?
here.
I'm going to call Earl and have him call in.
Fine, do it. Did you play with Earl, or
Yes,
you just
and
told
Earl
Earl
is
the same
honest.
story? What did
He's
Earl
a
shoot?
veteran. I beat him. He shot a 46. He wasn't having a good day.
Yeah, 'cause
he plays that course on a regular basis.
He was just watching you cheat.
I wasn't cheating.
That's what he. So, why don't you just give yourself another 8-footer,
Oh,
Jacobson?
and by the way,
That's
we
what he
still
did.
have room for our golf outing where you can see me play.
No, there's going to be a gallery.
Just go to AM560 The Answer /golf and please sign up for our golf outing, which takes place Wednesday, June 18th.
McRae and Barrington.
Yes.
Mike and Hammond.
Hey, Dan, thanks for taking my call. Amy, that was probably a par 3 golf course. Come on, give me a break.
Yeah,
Oh my.
totally.
Okay. You know what?
Dan.
You go look online, Sand Hollow Golf Course, the links, and we'll chat.
And you started each hole from the blue marker on the fairway, right?
No, I did not. Thank you for being sarcastic.
How many? Did you just
Oh,
play
here we
9?
go, here we go.
Did you just play 9?
Yes.
What's the yardage?
Okay. Now you're. I just take
Oh, boy.
phone calls
Here
and
we
I'll get on this.
All right.
And I got to call Earl.
All right.
Dan,
all right,
anyway,
Mike. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
The Dan Bongino thing, he kind of had to take this position because he had the goods on everybody, everything. He had the receipt. So his credibility is on the line, and it was on the line when he took the job. And as far as I'm concerned, it's still on the line. He hasn't resolved anything he talked about ever on the show. So, he's had a lot of listeners, but now it's time to put up or shut up for him, and as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I don't know about your take on it.
Well, I mean, thanks for the call, Mike. I mean, I'm happy to afford them time and process. There's a lot on their plate. They're going back and relooking at some of the Comey era investigations, which certainly doesn't offend me. So I appreciate that. Their general posture, their team collaboration with Bondi and with, the Homan Group when it comes to border security and so forth. So, I mean, I'm content, generally speaking, with the job they've done thus far, but it doesn't mean that there are not matters on their agenda where commitments were made and commitments need to be kept. I agree with that. Bill in Grays Lake, who's America's guest, says we're going to give him a second chance. Did we lose him? Oh, we were going to give him a second chance because he was also going to weigh in, and he's played. He just played Shore Acres last fall. He's playing Blue Mound today, so he's I was going to introduce him as an expert testimony.
You guys, we got to get Earl on the horn here.
All right, Tom in Blue Island. I'll confer expert status to Tom in Blue Island as well.
2 years ago, after being target practice for Dan Prout's and his foursomes drives, Piper played about as well as he could, and I made a claim that I could outdrive some pros, which was absolute BS, but it's less BS than Amy Jacobson shooting a 41 on any golf course.
The yardage for the golf course is 3,600 yards.
Thanks for the call, Tom. 3,600 yards on the front from the tips.
From the tips, yeah.
Yeah. Well, what did you play?
I played the Reds.
Which is what?
I don't. Well, stand by now.
Don't you have a scorecard up? Are you familiar with the internet?
Oh my God.
So Kevin in Austin, Texas.
It's a British style course. It says.
So with
Link
the
style,
Bongino,
Mm-hmm. All right, sorry, we're having our running conversation. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, sure.
The Bongino thing, don't you think the story would be better if they came out like next year, so they maybe slow walking the story, or because I think they would really want to come out with that story and hope that it's true.
You the Epstein files or which story?
Yeah, well, anything that Bongino and they were talking about and fanning the flames on before the election, things that would hurt the left. I think the timing of releasing that story would be better off a year from now.
Well, thanks for the call. I think you'd have to do things with as much alacrity as possible. You know, you'd be okay with them holding back this information for another year because it would be more politically advantageous? I wouldn't. Let's get it out. And by the way, I mean, it's really hard to gauge timing on these things. And you're waiting for something bad to happen so you can misdirect with this story. That's sort of what we criticize the left doing because they do it. Like, for example, Biden's prostate cancer announcement. That doesn't convey much or engender much trust, does it? If you're manipulating the flow of information that the public has a right to know for your own political expediency, that's not exactly a redeeming quality. So no, I don't think they should. I think if there's information that they have and it doesn't compromise any ongoing investigation or prosecution, then let's put it into the public domain because that's what you committed to do. It never hurts to keep promises with all due speed. Robert and Lyle.
Yeah, hi. Okay, so we got these two federal judges that are messing around with Trump trying to get the tariffs and everything. But I'll tell you what's really happening, and people don't understand this. I know more Democrats that are jumping ship on their 401ks and selling out and everything. They're hurting their own party anytime they do this kind of stuff because the Republicans stand a better chance in the markets because they're going to stand behind Trump. But the Democratic Party and all the people, the newspapers and all that, they're the ones that affect the marketplace and is making the market fall. Every time they do this kind of stuff, when they're not backing the president of the United States, I know a lot of Democrats that are losing a lot of money, and they can only thank their own media and these other people that are doing this kind of stuff.
Thanks for the call, Robert. Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to buy into the hysteria and inflict harm, nobody's going to stop you.
Text message. Dan and Amy, Gary Sinise is from Highland Park. He was a big star at Highland Park High School.
He was born in Blue Island.
He was born in Blue Island.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Liz in New York City.
Hey, I'm calling in to talk about something happening in the Illinois legislature behind the scenes that people may not know about.
Okay.
This affects Justin, our producer.
Well, okay. Well, tune in, pay close attention. So as you guys will know, you're in the waning days of the Illinois legislature, and there's a bunch of wrangling behind closed doors and behind the scenes in obscurity, as usual, about budget. And what's currently being proposed behind the scenes is they want to start levying a very hefty tax on nicotine pouches. So those things like Zyn, Rogue, et cetera, that have been becoming more popular. The original number that was thrown out was a 45% tax, which is pretty steep. But, it could be higher or lower. Like, nobody knows because it's all being debated behind the scenes. And what's super interesting about this is they're not proposing doing anything on cigarette taxes. So they're actually proposing going and hitting really hard the products that Biden's FDA just determined were less harmful than cigarettes, which everybody knows kill you and cost the public tons and tons of money as people are dying. So yet again, looks like really good fiscal discipline coming out of Illinois state capitol.
All right. There you go, Liz. Thanks for the call. I mean, it's hardly surprising.
Right. And Justin thinks that they're doing it because he claims Republicans use those pouches.
Well, I mean, just like the tax whack on cigars.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember when they tried to take away cherry cigars and the Black Caucus? We were not going to have anything of that sort.
The flavored cigars, I would not recommend. But hey, to each their own. Eduardo, Tampa Bay.
Yeah. Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, the Scripps spelling bee last night just proves the failure of DEI in affirmative action. Young men between 20 and 24, the unemployment rate is 9.6. There was an article in Wall Street Journal. So, way to go.
Thanks for the call, Eduardo. Glenn in Orlando.
Yeah, hey, Dan and Amy, good morning. Amy, have you ever played golf with Judge Smales?
You're so rude.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Go on.
So Joe,
She's trying to get my neighbor to call.
She
in.
hasn't played with Judge Smales. She plays like Judge Smales. Yeah, Winter Rules. She kicks the ball. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So do you guys remember Joe Biden's German Shepherd in the White House biting everybody?
Yeah.
I believe the German Shepherd knew more about Joe Biden's medical condition than Joe Biden's doctor.
He'll be subpoenaed. Thanks for the call, Glenn. Rich in Indian Head Park.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. I just wanted to say we just celebrated the heroes who gave their lives, so we have the freedoms we have today. Why don't we have a military pride month, but yet we have a gay pride month? I don't understand. Who contributed more to the country?
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, Rich. I wanted to get to something. This Nancy Mace, congresswoman.
Yeah.
You know her?
Yeah, and I don't like this little imbroglio she's in with her ex-lover. I think she's abusing her power completely.
I've said, and I said this last week, we didn't really get to the story, so we'll get to it now.
Yeah.
I just find her a little off. I mean, yeah, she's picked up the trans issue, the women and the men in women's spaces kind of thing, and that's all well and good. But
and we know she's a victim of sexual assault.
But she's always just been a bit off to me. I mean, she's a bit inappropriate at times, like the National Prayer Breakfast incident where she talked about knocking boots, as no one says.
Bumping uglies? Yeah. I mean, you don't get up to a prayer breakfast and say, I almost missed it because I was with my fiance.
Yeah.
But she worded it a little differently, or it was uncomfortable.
And so last week, she was very outspoken about this anti-voyeur legislation. And she's specifically targeting her ex-fiancé. I mean, just...
It was so weird.
Here's what she said before the committee hearing.
Today in my hearing, I'm going to dissect what that guy did to dozens of women hidden on a hidden camera and other devices as he recorded them with impunity, without their knowledge, without their permission, and without their consent. Patrick Bryant, I hope you're ready. I'm also going to be sharing some of the imagery that Patrick Bryant, that guy right there, took of myself and other women without our knowledge, without our permission, and without our consent. Naked bodies, women's legs spread apart, different genital areas. And he had a catalog almost, I think, these different fetishes of what types of videos and photos he liked to capture of women without their knowledge. I'll go over that too. I'm also going to be going over some of the bills that I've worked on, particularly on voyeurism, the Sue Voyeurs Act and the Stop Voyeurs Act. Those bills were born out of the videos I saw of myself and many other women, because this is not about me. I'm fighting for their rights.
No, not about you at all.
We have 3 witnesses coming in today, and I hope that you'll tune in to hear my questions of the experts and see some of the evidence this guy did to women, to hurt them, to strip away their privacy. And he did it for years, and he saved those files of those women for years, one up to a decade. Okay. This man still roams free.
Oh my God, enough
free
already.
To film women without their knowledge, without their permission, without their consent. Nothing is stopping him from continuing to do that.
So,
okay, can you say the word bitter?
Well, let's address the substance here. So,
Why isn't he in jail?
So she says she found a trove of 10,000 videos and other photographic evidence along the lines of what she described that would be subject to sanction under this Anti-Voyeur Act. Both her ex-fiancé and the other men, she mentioned 3 other men, the other men have denied the allegations categorically. One of them is suing Mace for defamation over the accusations. Then she was in committee. She presented like a grainy photo of herself allegedly nude, but it looked more like it was from a security camera than it was a camera. Nonetheless, this is Nancy Mace now in committee after previewing the hearing.
This naked silhouette
is my naked body. Starting on November 5th, 2023, I discovered my former fiancé, Patrick Bryant, had filmed women without their knowledge, without their permission, and without their consent. Behind me is a screenshot from one of the videos I found of myself. The yellow circle, this naked silhouette, is my naked body. I didn't know that I had been filmed. I didn't give my consent. I didn't give my permission. And this particular video that Patrick Bryant recorded of me on his secret camera, he saved for over 3 years without my knowledge. I didn't pick this fight. I don't even want to be here today and discuss this. This is a communication I got from his attorney that I received the other day because he's going to sue me for doing the right thing. So I say, bring it on, brother, because there is no defamation in the truth. And if you're going to be the kind of moron and monster that sues his own victims, may God help you.
Well, the battle has been joined. A former political strategist for Nancy Mace named Wesley Donahue, deposed last month by attorneys representing her ex-fiancé, Patrick Bryant, who said that Mace never shared any of her findings with law enforcement before coming forward publicly with the accusations. Instead, he told the lawyers, after Mace became suspicious of Bryant for cheating, she aimed to use the photograph she had discovered on his phone to blackmail him to surrender 2 houses they jointly owned.
Yeah, like worth $4 million. A lot of money at stake.
So
yeah, 'cause as soon as she started talking, I'm like, why isn't this guy behind jail or behind bars? But now that makes sense because she didn't go to authorities.
This was from the transcript of the deposition by Wesley Donahue, former Mace, political flack.
Mm-hmm.
What I know is that she believed, and she did believe, that Patrick cheated on her and had pictures of women without their consent, and she sat on the information for well over a year, did not want to contact authorities, and asked me to blackmail Patrick Bryant. Just something just always struck me as a bit off-center with her. But we'll see. I mean, there's just accusations. I don't know what the truth is, but it's getting pretty deep over there in Low Country in South Carolina. Earl in Ottawa, Illinois. Are you the Earl who played golf with Amy?
No, I'm not good at golf. Well, miniature golf. No, sir. No, I'm not.
I didn't play miniature golf.
Yep.
No, I
it
know
wasn't
you
the
didn't.
Pee Wee course either that's nearby.
Okay.
I'm sorry to get all serious, but I called about Netflix released the May 14th of American Manhunt about Osama bin Laden, a 3-part series, and it's really good. And I just thought I'd mention it. It just makes you feel good as an American that there is justice and that people in the CIA or NSA or whatever they are in the government, they'll work for our democracy and freedom and freedom of speech on this radio right now. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for the call, Earl. Have you been able to get a hold of the Earl you play golf with?
Quinn has left him a voicemail message. I have texted him. We will find Earl. My other neighbor's Fred. Aren't these greatest names ever?
Earl and Fred?
Yeah.
It's this little golfing community you live in St. George.
Yeah. Hurricane.
Hurricane?
It's the name of the town. It's a suburb of St. George.
Oh, you're not even in St. George.
No. Remember you saw where I lived? You said, where are the people?
Yeah. You just live in the middle of nowhere.
There's no...
Hurricane? Minus the E?
Hurricane.
Hurricane.
No, it's spelled
with no E?
hurricane. It's spelled hurricane, but they pronounce it hurricane.
Well, that's interesting.
Okay.
I always like towns with the, like Cairo, Illinois.
Yeah.
With you have to have distinctive pronunciation. So when somebody says Cairo, they think of Egypt. They don't think of Southern Illinois. But if you say Cairo, then they think of Southern Illinois. So,
well, it's pronounced Cairo or Cairo. It's Cairo.
Cairo, Illinois.
Yeah.
Cairo, Egypt.
I'll never forget Mark Saxmeyer was reporting live from a small Illinois town. He said, reporting live from Decatur. And I'm like, dude, it's Decatur.
Yeah.
And then, what was his name? Art Norman. He
Yeah,
said,
but there's
for
others.
bonus, and I'm like, it's Bourbonnais.
Well,
It helps to have local reporters.
It gets
sometimes.
confusing, yeah, because it's Marseille, but here it's Marcellus.
Yep.
Marcellus.
In Desplaines, it's Desplaines instead of Desplaines.
Uh-huh.
We could go on for hours.
And Wheaton is Wheaton. Breathless.
Wheaton.
All right. Chuck and Delavan.
Hey, shout out to Phil and Reggie. This is the 1 month anniversary of me being engaged. I'm going to be over to Herner's Hideaway tonight to see Keep Foreign Cars at 7. Tomorrow in Delavan, if you want to pick up some fat chicks, because they're always there.
Yeah.
They've got a glam slam drag show in downtown Delavan at Red.
All right.
So head over.
All right. So for single guys who are into big, beautiful women, the Grand Slam drag race in Delavan tomorrow. Is that what you said?
Grand Slam drag show.
Drag show. Oh,
The
drag show.
But it's for adults, not
That's
kids.
that's different than drag race.
Yeah, 9:30 to 11:30.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thanks so much for that
Our
cultural.
kids welcome.
Yeah. All right,
Little
Chuck.
babies. All right,
Okay,
thanks so much. It's now 9 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Democrats are glad to see him go. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Elon Musk, who they called an unelected, out-of-control billionaire, is ending his tenure leading the Department of Government Efficiency and will get a fond farewell this afternoon.
The president teased today's news conference writing this will be his last day, but not really, because he will always be with us, helping along the way. Elon is terrific. Now, Musk has reached the limit for the time allowed to serve as a special government employee. That's 130 days per calendar year. But the White House says the Doge wheels will continue to turn in the fight against government waste.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff at the White House.
It's estimated that the effort as of this week has saved $175 billion through weeding out fraud, canceling contracts, and tackling redundancy.
Now, after that Musk event, the president will go to Pittsburgh, touting a partnership being worked out with U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel, the Japanese company that's been trying to acquire the American firm, but was blocked by the government. Earlier this month, President Trump posted on Truth Social that what could be a trade war escalation with China, which Republican Senator Mike Rounds tells Fox Business keeps stealing from us.
We figure that right now, on an annual basis, they cost the American public about $600 billion a year in theft of intellectual property.
In the Trump post, the president wrote so much for Mr. Nice Guy, saying China has totally violated the trade deal he recently agreed to that lowered massive tariffs between the U.S. and China. Hamas is now reviewing a new U.S. ceasefire proposal for Gaza that Israel supports, aiming to stop the war for 60 days if Hamas releases 10 more hostages, as peace talks are apparently set to resume next week in Turkey to stop another war. Direct talks between Russia and Ukraine.
A top advisor to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says they want some details prior to the Monday meeting. The Kremlin's proposed memo outlining an end to the war before the two sides sit down to negotiate. Russian officials have said for weeks the documents were forthcoming. Ukraine and its European allies have accused the Kremlin of dragging its feet.
That's Tanya J. Powers. America's listening to Fox.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Partly sunny, a thunderstorm this afternoon's high 80. An evening thunderstorm, then clouds tonight, low 51. Mostly sunny on Saturday, the high for tomorrow 68. Sunday's high 76. I'm Andy Robb on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Charlie Kirk sees the president making strategic moves.
China needs Saudi Arabia. China needs Qatar. China needs the United Arab Emirates. But if President Trump, being the master statesman, is able to negotiate some friendship and some relationship with these Gulf states, he's then able to diplomatically ice out China when China needs these three actors.
The Charlie Kirk Show, weekdays at 11, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Is Cialis Daily really better than Viagra?
If you like spontaneity, the answer is yes. So when the mood strikes, you're ready to go.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier. When